We'll use the dummy.json.com free JSON service website with the ability to test for authentication and to retrieve records with authentication token. We'll separate business logic. We'll build a user interface, our user experience, and enable version control integration to GitHub. We'll create the authentication model, the authentication error model, the product model, and the products list model. We'll create the API values service, the authentication service, the connection service to check for internet connectivity, product list service, and the product service. We'll create widgets like the products list view, the products list view item 1 and item 2, the products list view card, the star rating, and the status message widgets. We'll create the app helpers. To enhance performance, we'll use the StreamBuilder and Streams, ValueListenableBuilder and ValueNotifier, JSON server response via the json.decode, JSON via compute will spawn an isolate, and JSON via Isolate.spawn, which will also be via message. To create records pagination, we'll use a ScrollController, a ScrollController listener, a ScrollController checking scrolling offset and maximum scroll extent in order to retrieve the next 10 records. Create themes light and dark mode and the ability to switch between them depending on the user's system settings. Let's take a look at the products demo app. This is what we'll be building. I purposely went into the username and added a "ZZZ" at the end to simulate someone entering the wrong credentials. And let's see what happens as the demo starts up. And the app starts up and it says, we have invalid credentials here. So let's go ahead and remove the "ZZZ" so that we have the actual credentials of the user. And let's go ahead and rerun the app and see what happens. It should be able to log in, validate, and then show us the cards, the records, the products for this particular user. And as you can see, you have different cards, and you can see all the different items and pictures in there. But what happens if in the middle of this, we also have no internet connection, right? Let's just go ahead and go to airplane mode. Let's go back into the app. And as you can see, the app now knows, we lost the internet connection, right? It's not available. So let's go ahead and re-enable it. And this would also work, of course, if you logged in correctly and went back and started the app. If there was no internet connection, you would have received the same message. Now, also this app has paging. So as you scroll, when it gets to the bottom, you see we have 10 products right now. As we get past the bottom, it starts retrieving new items. So it's paging 10 products at a time. You can also click on this refresh button and retrieve the next 50 items. We could also switch little card views. We have the card view. Let's look at a list view. As you can see, it's also there. We could do a third type of list view too. As you can see, the items are being loaded, and we can have our images here. So we can go back and see the different layouts that we have, and so on. So this is what the app that we're going to be building. And in the next section here, we're going to actually start from scratch and building this app from the bottom up, creating a brand new project and writing all the code for it. it's time to start creating the demo, and we'll create it from scratch using Android Studio. And let's go ahead and give it a name here. So we'll call this products, since this particular app is going to be going in, authenticate, and then retrieve products. So we'll give it just a little short description. So I'm just going to call it products and authentication. We can change this later. I'm also going to enable the web version here because I like to try it also with not just the mobile, the Android iOS, but also for the web. You'll be able to download all the source code. I'll put this on the GitHub, and you can also enable macOS and Windows if you like. Let's go ahead and click on Finish here. And it's going to go ahead and create our product for us. It's creating it, and here we go. Almost there, and there's our product. Okay. So we get the normal, the README, the main Dart file, which has the run app for the main app that is going to start here, the main widget of our application. And what I'd like to do here, first of all, is I would like to set up a GitHub first. And let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go here to the VCS. I'm going to enable the version control integration. See if I can speak. The version control integration. So I'm going to go ahead and enable it. I'm going to use Git. You can use different other ones, other version control systems. So now that we created the Git, you can see things started to turn red. And let me go ahead and go to Git right now. And what I'd like to do is on GitHub, let's just go ahead and create the project on GitHub now. So I'm going to click on Share Project on GitHub. It's going to bring in all the information that is already set up here for me to Git. I'm assuming your computer is already set up to be able to do Git and GitHub. And this is going to be the remote is the origin, which is the default. I'm going to go ahead and share it. And that's going to say, okay, here's all the files that are going to be uploaded to our GitHub account. And this is the initial commit. So I'm going to go ahead and click add for the initial commit. And it's going to go out there and add this, created a project on GitHub for us called products. It's now pushing all this project out there, and it says successfully shared project on GitHub. So that's looking good right there. So let's go ahead and continue. And actually what I'll do, let me just bring in a tab here, and let's just take a look at that project. So let's go to GitHub. I'm going to go to Jedi Pixels, and then it created one called products. So should be able to go out there, and there's our project out there 32 seconds ago, and looks like it was committed up there. So that's looking good now. All right. Let's go ahead and close this down. I'm going to remove some of these comments here that are not really needed. Resize this a little bit. I'm actually going to delete the entire code for the home page. We'll create our own. And actually, we're just going to create it and call it home. And it's going to give us red squiggly lines that, hey, I cannot find this widget. You know, I can't find this page. But we're going to create this. Let's go ahead and open up our lib folder. Right-click and go to New and do Dart file. Now, the first here, we're going to create also folders. So I like to put all the pages and views in a folder called Pages. And then we're going to call this Home. And you don't have to do Dart file because it knows that this is a Dart file. It will automatically add the extension for you. So it's going to create the folder Pages and then a home.dart file, which is going to be our home widget. And yes, we're going to go ahead and add it to our Git. Now let me just import the material library, which is what we'll use. Now if you start typing st, you can see do stateless, stateful. This is going to be a stateful widget, and it's going to be called home. So I created a basic widget first, a stateful widget. Now for here, what we're going to do, we're going to actually create the home widget. So what I like to do first is that instead of just a container, let's just put this as a scaffold. And the scaffold is going to contain an app bar. And I'm just going to say app bar. And move my mouse here so that help goes away. So it's going to be an app bar. And I'm just going to give it a title for now. Title. And that's going to be text. And let's just call this products. Now, if you do see those yellow squiggly line, it says, hey, since there's no dynamic data inside here, just add the const modifier, which helps to improve performance. Now, on top of the app bar, we're going to have the body here. And for the body, I'm just going to do container for now. Actually, I always like to do the for the body because different devices have notches in different areas that are not used. I like to put in a safe area. So I always start with a safe area widget, which requires a child. And I'm just going to put a container for now. And let's go ahead and just modify it here. I'm going to put a comma here, just format it a little bit. Here we go. And I'm going to hit save. So that's saved. Now, if we go back to main, as you can see, it should be able to say, I see the page. Go ahead and import it. Now, I think this is a good time to talk about this because the linter can be set up to allow importing inside this lib folder here. You can import items different ways. And let me do the more actions. You can import it as a package, or you can import it as just straight pages, like a path. So it would be like a path to pages in home. Now, you really need to pick one of the other which you want to use. And other linters also prefer using the path folder. And you can do that. Or you can just do the package, which is what Android Studio is actually saying, this is what you should do. It's really up to you on how you would like to use it. I'm going to go ahead and just to make it easy on this, since when we move our mouse over here, it's going to automatically go to the package version. So I'm just going to use this for now. So be the same throughout, be consistent, but either one should be okay as long as you stay the same and not mix the two ways of importing it. So I'm going to go ahead and import it. And as you can see, it imported it in. So if I wanted to do it the other way, though, what you do is you just basically, if you remove the packages here, as you can see, it's going to go to the pages folder. So, but I'm going to keep the packages, right? Because this is what we decided that we're going to use. Now we basically have a layout here with just the main Dart package and the home file. Now, before we can move forward to actually lay out our application, what we really should do is look at the data models. We want to look at what kind of data are we going to bring into this particular application. And instead of just starting laying it out, because knowing the data is very important. So what I like to do is I'm going to bring up a tab here. Let's bring up a tab. And what we're going to use is the dummy JSON website. This website is really good. I'm going to just click in here, read docs. But it's a little advertising there. Let's go to read docs. It's a great site for you to create products that you can test and get JSON files back. And it's a free site. And what you can see, it does the authorization, the auth, the login. You get a token, which we will be using. We'll be able to use the login get a token, and then with the token, we're going to go ahead and retrieve products. And you can see it gives you the sample JSON that you're going to receive back. And also it's going to show you here what the URLs are, what the method, it's a post method or whether versus a get, what you need to specify in the headers, which is in this case the JSON, application JSON, and in the body that you would pass in the username and password. And let's go to get all products here. And this is what we're going to use. We're actually going to be using the limit and skip products because we want to be able to fetch and only retrieve 10 items at a time so that we can do paging in our application. We don't want to retrieve 100, 200, or 1,000 items all at once because the performance is going to go dead. And people are not going to look at that many items at the same time. And you can see that most social media applications use the paging because it makes sense. But if, let's say, you wanted to get all the products, you can see the output. It will go in and retrieve the products, and you can see what the layout, the JSON data model looks like. Or if you wanted to just get a single product. And let me just highlight this. I'm going to right-click. I'm just going to go to that. And as you can see, it brings back the JSON. So you can kind of see what the data looks like, the data JSON, so that we can create models based off these JSONs. And again, with the login, we can see the model. So I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and go to the place that I like to use. It's called QuickType, and it's app.quicktype.io, where you can go in and you can put in your model here, and it creates Dart or any other languages, and it creates classes for us, which is, truly amazing to have. So why don't we go ahead and start creating our models first, because that's really important before we start laying out our product. So the first thing we want to do is going to be the authorization model. So what we want to do is bring in here from dummy JSON. This is the authorization JSON that we're going to retrieve back. So as you can see, we're going to retrieve an ID, the username, the email first, last name, the gender, the image that has come back for that user, and the token. This token is once we verify and authenticate the user, we're going to use this token and pass to the query to get the products with this authentication token. If it's valid, we're going to get products back. If it's invalid, we're not going to get any products back. So this is a great way to secure your app for only authenticated users. Now here it says welcome. So really what we want to use here is the class name that it's going to create for us, the Dart. I'm going to create an auth model. Now you could also just say auth, authentication. I just like to give it a name and model afterwards. That's just the way I like to name them. And I also like to put the encoder inside the class here, which is these two methods. And as you can see, what you can do is you can just go in and copy this. You can just copy the code, and we'll just put this inside our application as we create the models. Now you might ask yourself, why are you doing this? Why aren't you going to create a package that just you put the JSON, the data files, and it creates all these for you? And you can. I personally like to use as least packages as I can. And also this is a great way to learn how the things behind the scenes work. And it's an awesome way to do that. So I'm going to use that for us to do that so that we can figure out, okay, this is how we're going to use it. Now, let's go ahead and create these models. I'm going to move the tab out of the way. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the lib. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say new and go to Dart file. Now, I like to create a folder called models. And then I'm going to say / and then create a subfolder called Auth, which is going to be all our Auth models are going to go there. We're going to have two models. One is going to be this Auth model, which I'm going to type in here, Auth_model. And again, you don't have to put Dart. And the other one is going to be the Auth error model, because if you try to authenticate and you get an error back, we also want to have a model for that. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now, all the files that we're going to put in, we're going to put into Git. In this product, that if we want a particular file that we do not want to put into Git, we'll use the Git ignore. So I'm just going to say, don't ask me again for this product. Okay, so it's going to automatically want to add them to our Git. I'm going to say add. I'm going to say paste. And here's our model. Now we do not need the meta Dart. I'm just going to remove that. Now, one thing that it does, it says, he's trying to say import a Cupertino, which is wrong. What we need is we need required, but QuickApp.io gives you the wrong thing here. Really need to remove the @ sign, okay? I'm just going to remove real quickly. I could do replace and search, but there's only a few of them. So once we remove the @ sign, you can see that everything looks great. Now, what I also like to do is at the bottom of my models, or you could create also a different file. I just like to put what the JSON was, just so that I can track it. This is only my personal preference. You don't have to do that, but I like to do that. Now, let's now create the next model, which is going to be the Auth error model. So let's go ahead and bring our tab back. We're going to remove this. And this is going to be the Auth error model. Okay. So it automatically generated it for us. So I'm just going to copy this, move the tab out of the way so that we don't have to worry about it. And under Auth, let's say new, just Dart file. And this is going to be called Auth error model. I'm going to paste, and there it is. Now I'm also going to paste the JSON file here and save. And let's go ahead and get rid of that @ required. It's a little bit annoying. Hopefully they'll fix that in the future. And as you can see though, the main has been, you can see the green. That means everything is good, but it hasn't been put, right? It hasn't been committed to Git yet. And we're not going to commit yet. So now we created the two models, right? Now, really what we probably should do is now also finish the product model. So what I like to do is also do that right now. So let's go ahead and do the product model and the product list model. Now, why did I say a product list model? And before we get to that, let's just create the products model, okay? So let's bring back the browser. And let's paste in, this is going to be the products model. And again, I'm retrieving these from the dummyjson.com website. In your own project, if this is on a project you're working, you will have those what your data fields are going to be, your different models. So let's call this a product model. And here we go. It created it for us. Now, let's go ahead and create this product model. I'm just going to copy code. Let's move this out of the way for now. And let's go to models, right click, new, Dart file. Now let's create a folder called product / and then we're going to do this is going to be the product _ model file. So I created the folder, subfolder with the product model. I'm going to paste here. Let's get rid of unnecessary. And let me just do I'm going to do Control R. And then I just want to replace all of them with just required. Replace all, and we're done. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and paste our JSON file at the bottom. And again, you could create just a JSON folder and keep these somewhere else. I just like to keep them in the same place. Now, next item. We're going to create a product list model. Now, what exactly is this? And if you remember when we looked at the live application before, we have a list of different products. And the products list model, and let's bring this up here 1 second. I'm going to show it to you. Let me paste it inside here. And what the products list model is the list of products that we're going to retrieve back. Okay. The product model that we did before is just one product that you would receive back. This is how when we query the database, it's going to give us a list of products, which you can see here. The JSON that it's going to retrieve back is going to have here a name product, the field, right? And then if you notice the square brackets, means this is going to be an array of items. Here's the first squiggly bracket. So this is the first record we're going to get back. And you can see the different fields, right? Your key and your value, right? That's key, title key, value iPhone 9. And then you can see here, images, it's got an array of images, different product pictures for that particular product. And then this would be the second product that is coming in, again, with the same thing. Now, the dummy JSON server is also going to bring back the total number of records that were queried, how many you skipped. The skip is what's going to be used for paging. I want to get the next 10 pages, the next 20 pages, the next 30, right? That's how it works. And how many do I want to limit back? 30? I want to limit 10 back, that I only get 10 at a time, and so on. Okay? And we'll be using, you'll see this, we'll be using this in our code to limit how many we get back, and we want to limit only 10 records back. Maybe only 5 you want to get back. Maybe 20 is acceptable, depending on what your project requires. So this is why we're going to create a products list model. So let's go ahead and change the name product list model. So this is really going to be used just for the list view that we're going to use to list our all products, okay? This is how we're going to keep track of what is going to be what we're going to bring in. So I'm just going to copy the code. Let me move this out of the way. And let's go to product here on the models, new, Dart file. And this is going to be products with an S, since it's multiple, list model. Let's paste. Let's skip up here. Let me just delete unnecessary code. Let's do the Control R. Remove all the @ signs. Now, one thing that you'll see that has happened here, it created, here's a product, and it created the product model again. Because the app, Quick.io, this is what it's doing. But we already did the product model from before, right? So we already have it here. We don't have to recreate this, right? So under the product list model, we're going to get rid of that, okay? So what we want to do instead, we're going to get rid of this class. You see this class right here, product? We're going to get rid of it because we already have it in the other file. Let's go here, delete it. Okay. So it says, whoa, hey, where's my product class? Where's my model? Well, what we want to do is we want a list of product model because we already created that file. And I'm going to say, if you see, notice it already knows, right? So I'm going to hit enter. Now I brought it in, and as you can see, I imported it in up here, right? Product model. And now on the product list, it says, hey, where's my product? Because it was using a product, so this should be model, right? And this should be model. Whoops, model. Okay. And now everything works. Everything is good. So basically, if you hold the control key and click on the class itself, this product model, as you can see, it goes to that product model class that we have in that other file. Nice little shortcut to be able to see what you have. Now let's go back in here, and what I like to do is paste our JSON file. And I'm going to go ahead and paste it in here. Okay, so now what we've done is we created all our app models. So this is good. So now what we can do is, and I'm just going to close these classes down for now. Let's go ahead and close them. And let me close the README file, the home file. I like to go back now to the home file for just a little bit here. What I like to do, not the main file, I mean. What I like to do now is kind of create a little bit of themes. Let's do a little work here that gives us dark and light theme. Okay. Now, one of the first things that I usually do is I add the debug show checked mode banner to false, because we don't want to see that banner on the upper right that says, debug. We know that it is. The title here is just going to be products. And now for the theme data, this is our primary. This is the light theme data. So we'll leave that as blue. Now I'm also going to make the primary color light. I'm going to make that colors white. I also like to set the brightness here. And this is going to be brightness.light. As you can see in the chart, you can choose light or dark. And I like to make my canvas color here. I'm going to do colors. I'm going to do a blue-gray, but I like to do a shade of 50, just a slight blue-gray. That's all I want to do there. Now next, I want to create the dark theme. As you can see, dark theme. And let's do theme data. Okay. What's going to be our primary swatch? So our primary swatch is going to be a gray. So I'm going to do colors gray. I also like blue-gray too. So you can choose whatever you like. I'm just going to leave gray for now, but I also like blue-gray a lot. So let's do gray. And the brightness for this is going to be, of course, dark, right? So we're going to make this dark because this is the dark theme. Now, let's go back here and what is going to be our theme mode? In other words, what is the default? Is it going to be light? Is it going to be dark? So let's go to theme mode. As you can see, you can choose dark or light and set it. But what I like to do is choose system. What does system do? Depending on what the user has set up, let's say you're on your Android phone or your iPhone or in a web browser, right? And the user has set it up to be in dark mode, our app is going to automatically switch to dark mode. But if they had it set it up to light mode, it would automatically switch to this light mode so that it knows. If you want to hard code it, you could hard code it here. Okay, so we have now done this up here. So we have our main app set up. We got our different themes to switch between light and dark mode. So what's next? Let's go ahead and close this file for now. Now next is really to start working on the home screen. But we have a few things. One of the things that we like to do on the home screen is when the user first logs in, right? We want to be able to check for internet connection. We want to be able to say, hey, do we have internet connection? If we do, then let's authenticate the user. But if we don't, we want to show a message that there's no internet connection. And if there is, let's authenticate the user. If the user authentication fails, let's show a message that the authentication failed. So there's a few things that we can do from here. Obviously, we'll need to create some services to be able to call upon, especially the check internet connection. We're also going to be installing a few packages to help us with that. And again, I try to stay minimum with that. And so what I like to do is, at this point, is let's go ahead and install the packages first. Okay. So I'm going to click here on the bottom where it says terminal. And let me just bring up the pubspec YAML file. So what's going to happen here, I can go manually and add the packages. Or in the terminal, I could just say Flutter pub add, and then the name of the package that we want to add. So what I like to do is add the HTTP package. Now, you might say, what is this HTTP package? So let's bring up pub. I'm going to go to pub.dev, which I'm sure you're probably already familiar with. And let's do HTTP. And here it is. Let's choose it. And as you can see, it gives you all the documentation on how to use it. So the HTTP package is going to help us to make JSON calls to the dummy JSON server so that we can retrieve JSON data back and then parse it and show it on our app. And if you look at here, installing. So the easiest way is obviously is do one of these commands here, right? flutterpub.add, dartpub.add, or you can manually add dependencies. Here it says HTTP that. So if I would have copied that, I'm going to move this out of the way, and I will put it here, right? And then I hit pub-get, it would add it. But I would have to know what version it is, right? And go over there to get it. But let's say pub.add flutter pub.add HTTP and hit enter. It's going to do all that for us so that we don't have to. Okay. Next, the other package that we want to add is the Connectivity Plus. And as you can see, there it is. It added it for us with the correct version. So I'm going to do the up arrow on my keyboard, and it just, what the up arrow does, it gives you the last command that you did. We're going to remove HTTP. The next one is going to be the connectivity underscore plus package. And this is going to give us the ability to check for internet connection. Great package. Love using it. And then we have one more package that I would like to use, and it's called int, which is INTIL. And this one is going to give us the ability to format numbers for currencies, because we're going to have products and we want to format those products as currencies. This is going to make it really easy for us to show the dollar sign or European, the euro, whatever you have, okay? Whatever currency you're using. And if you give it a few seconds, it will show it up here, the INTIL package. And there it is. And it automatically added them for us with the correct version number. Excellent. And I'm going to go ahead and close the terminal. I'm going to close the pubspec YAML file because that's all saved. And really now what we really should do before we do anything is to create the services. All right, let's go ahead and commit to GitHub all our changes here. So I'm going ahead and do a commit. And let's give it a little bit of a description here. So we can say that we added the pub spec YAML So I'm going to say added to free packages. We can spell. And I'm just going to give a little bit of detail. You can do as much detail as you want. The connectivity plus and the Intel. And also added the Auth models, product, and product list models. Okay. Added to main, light and dark themes. Instead of just commit, I'm going to commit and push. It's committing for us. Yep, it's going to go to the origin. I'm going to go ahead and push, and you can see all the different files that have been changed or being added to our GitHub. Should be pushing for us, and one commit made, so that's good. All righty. Okay, let's go ahead and now create, before we start working on the home, we really need to create the connection service to check for internet connectivity. And then we're going to create the product list service, which is going to help us to have the list and keep track of when we're retrieving data, do we have internet connectivity? Is the product loading? How many records are we going to skip? 10 at a time, 5 at a time? We want to keep track of what the product list is and keeping adding to the current product list as the user is scrolling and getting new records. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and create the first thing's the connection service. So we're going to right click on lib, start file. So we want to create a folder called services / and this is going to be connection service underscore service. Okay. So now for our connection service, let's go ahead and give it a class. And let's call this connection service. Open and square parentheses. So now we want to have a few things here that the class is going to handle. One, we want to be able to keep track as the connectivity result. In other words, I'm connected, but while I'm using the product, could the internet go away? Yes or no? We're going to also keep track of what's going on with that. So as we query, we want to know, hey, did the internet change or not? So we're going to set up a few fields for this. But in order to do this, our connection service really needs the product list service created, because we're going to need that to be able to bring into here. So I'm going to create a few methods here first. So let's create the first method. Then we're going to create the product list service, come back into here and add what we, finish adding what we need. So the first thing is we want to do is we want to check if the internet connection is available. So we want to do a method that is called is internet connection available. Now I'm purposely did not specify if there's a return type or not, because I wanted to make I want to talk a little bit about this. When this call is being made, it's going to be an async call, which means it's going to be called. Once it's figured out if there's internet connection, it's going to come back. So this is going to be future. We're going to return a future. So this is going to be future. And the type of value that's going to return is a Boolean, a bool. Okay. Also, this is going to be an async because it's an asynchronous function. The connectivity package uses an async function. So let's just declare first Boolean is connection available. Let's assume that once we start the app, most likely the connection is going to be available, right? Now, if you notice, I got red squiggly lines. It's like, hey, where's my return? You're not returning any values. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there in a second. Okay. So next, I'm going to declare var. And I'm going to call this connectivity result. Now, we haven't created this yet. We will create it, okay? So let me just go ahead and call it here, and then we'll bring it in, okay? So we want to bring back a connectivity. See if I spelled it right, connectivity result. And we're going to do an await, because we're going to do an async call. And this is going to be a call to the connectivity package. So connectivity. So you can see it right there, right? Connectivity. And we're going to check connectivity. It's going to call the method that is built in. Very good. And then what we want to do, we want to say if the connectivity result equals, so we're going to do a equal to be a Boolean equal to connectivity result to none. Okay, and I'll explain this here in a second. So what's it saying here? I'm going to make a connectivity call. When it comes back, if it says, hey, there's no connection, what does that mean? It means we have no internet connection. So what we're going to do, let's create, we're going to say right here, is connection available? Is connection available? And my autofill looks like does not want to work. Is connection available equals false, right? Because that's false. Then here, I'm going to do this as a to-do here. So to-do is what we're going to do is alert the product list service that no internet connection is available. And we'll create this next, okay? So we want to alert the service for that. And then we do have to have a return here, is connection available. We'll return that. Okay. So what it does, it goes into this function, says, is connection available? We're going to assume it is. We're going to make the call to the connectivity package. Once it brings back whatever the milliseconds might be of wait time, it comes back and says, here's the result. And we say, hey, if the result is there is no connectivity, then we're going to return is connection available false, right? Because when it gets to this return, then it's going to return either true, what it was there, or false. So very, it's pretty simple. If not simple, but simple. It's straightforward. What we also would like to do, have another method here, which is going to always watch the connectivity. We want to always watch to see, is the connectivity on? Because as we're using the app, if for somehow we lost connectivity, and then we're swiping and swiping, we want to show our own error that they lost connectivity. Not that the app freezes and nothing happens, then the user, then it's like, what's wrong with this app? I'm going to delete, delete, delete. You know how we are when things aren't responsive, delete, delete. So we don't want that, obviously, right? So, but before we do that, we really need to create this product list service. And you'll see in a second here why we need to do that. Same reason why I said to do here. I'm just going to do a thumb here, just a little beginning of the method, and then we'll come back and finish it. So I'm going to call this watch connectivity. And here we're going to put the product list service. Okay, that's what we want to get there. But for now, we don't have it, so I'm just going to do the stump as watch connectivity. Okay, and this will be to do. Okay, we're going to finish this as once we do the product list service. And one other item that I also want to do, another stub, I'm going to have a void call, and this is going to be a cancel method. And what we want to do is, once we fill in the watch connectivity, we need to be able to cancel the connectivity. And this is going to be another one that is going to be to do here. Okay? To do. We want to cancel. Once we create this watch connectivity, it's a service that keeps running, and it's going to keep listening. So as the service keeps listening, when we're done with this page or done with the app, we want to be good citizens and cancel the service so it doesn't keep draining the battery. Okay? And what we want to do now is actually create. I want to actually do. I want to do two fields up here before we create the product list service. And these are going to be late fields. I'm going to mark them late, because they're not going to be initialized here. We're going to have a stream subscription. Okay, so that means we're going to be listening. And the subscription is going to be a connectivity result. And here it is. And where's the connectivity result coming from? From our Connectivity Plus package. As you can see there. There we go. Package. All right. And let's just call this connectivity. Connectivity. Here we go. Beautiful. And then the next one, which we're going to create next, I'm just going to bring it in here, late. And again, this is going to be another late, because we don't want to initialize it here. And this is going to be the product list service. Okay? Product list service. Now it's going to give us error. Says, hey, where is this? Well, hold on. We're going to create this class, okay? So we want to create now this class under services. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're already under services. Connect your service under default. Now, we're going to have a few classes under services that are for the product. One is going to be the product list service we're going to create now, which is going to handle the list view to show the different records. And one is going to be the actual product service. So let's go ahead and create the product. And we're going to have a folder, a subfolder under services called product. And this one is going to be product list underscore service. Very good. All right. So now what we want to do is actually create this class, right? We want to create the service. So we'll start by saying class. And this is going to be called product list service. Okay, and here's our class. And we're going to have a few fields that we want to keep track of things. First is going to be a Boolean, the bool. It's going to be internet connection availability equals true. I'm going to assume that we have internet connection right off the bat. Another Boolean. And you're going to see how these are going to play. This role is going to play into the whole app once we finish it. But these are going to be, the service is going to be running, and it's always going to keep track of these items. Did the internet connection change? Is the product loading? Because if, let's say, we're loading records, we're going to keep track of that. And we don't want to go and make another call and keep loading more records. We want to finish loading the records first and then load the next ones if that's going to be the case. Okay, so that's what these fields are going to help us with. And this is going to be as product loading, which we're going to assume from the beginning it's false. All right. Next is going to be an integer, which is going to be the skip value. So this is going to be when we start retrieving records, how many do you want to get at a time? We want to what, get 10 at a time, 20 at a time, right? This is going to keep track of how many records we already retrieved. So let's say we go in the first time, skip from 0, we're going to add 10 records to it. Then when the user scrolls and they retrieve the next 20 records, the skip count is then going to go to 20, then 30, then 40, and so on, okay? So that's what this is going to be used for. Now next, we want to create a list of the product. We're going to do the product model, okay? And this is going to be, we're going to call it product list equals, and it's going to be an empty array. So let's give it a type. I like to always do the type. Product model. Now, if you notice, once I chose it there, an automatic brought in our product model that we created before. Okay, and this is going to be just an empty array. Okay, so this list is going to keep track of all the records that we create. So as the skip goes up to 10, 20, 30, the product list is going to keep adding these records to it. Okay, all righty. So now, what is the next thing we want to do in the service? The service is going to be always listening for records being added, in our case, because in this demo, we're not going to create, delete, or any of those items. So it's always going to listen to new records being added. So what would be a great way to do this? Well, we have a StreamController, Stream and Syncs to be able to do this. Let's go ahead and create a StreamController. So now, if you haven't seen what stream controllers and streams have done, you can look at some of my previous video and I go into detail on some of those on how they work. And if I don't have anything out there that actually goes into super detail on these, and if you request it, I would be most happy to do more tutorials on this. But there's different tutorials that I've done where I show how to use stream controllers, okay? And I can also, if you ask, I can give you GitHub links to some of my previous projects where I've been using the stream controllers. So let's create this as a final variable. So it's going to be a stream controller. There it is. And this is going to be a type. First, it's going to be a list of, you guessed it, product model. So it's going to be a list of product model. And I'm going to create an underscore here. Okay, because I want this to be private. I do not want this to be accessed outside of the class. So let's just call this product list controller. And it's going to equal to a stream controller, as you can see here, right? And let me back up here, stream controller. Let's give it the type. So what type is it going to be? Yep. Same type as before. Going to be a list of, product model. And what we want to do here, I'm going to do a period, and then I'm going to say broadcast. Okay. Why am I doing broadcast? Because we're going to have multiple listeners to this stream controller. If I do not do a broadcast, it's going to be a single listener. We're going to have multiple listeners that are going to listen to the stream controller in the app that are going to react to every time a new record has been added. Okay, so how do you add records to a stream controller? Use a sink. So let's do a sink. You know, kind of like your kitchen sink. You put stuff in a sink. And it's going to be yep, you guessed it, a list of product model. Yay. Alrighty. Now this is going to be a get underscore because I don't want anything outside of this class to be retrieved from here. And it's going to be add products list. It's going to be the arrow function, which is going to return the product list controller. And it's going to return the sink. Perfect. What's next going to be? We want it to be able to listen, right? When we create our list in our app, we're going to have a list view that's going to be listening to this. We're going to have a StreamBuilder that's going to listen. So if a sink adds it, a stream listens. So now we want to create a stream. Okay, so the stream is going to be, yep, you got it, a list of product model. We make a get. Now this one here, I want to be able to be accessible outside of the class, because in our home, we're going to have a stream builder that's going to be listening to the stream. So we're going to call this get products list. And let me put a lowercase there up there, misspelled it, with the arrow function. And it's going to be the product list controller. And we're going to retrieve what? A sync? A done? What should we replace? It's retrieve. Yep, the stream. Excellent. All right. Now let's create our constructor for this product list service. And what we want to do is when this class is initiated, we want to start these listeners to start listening to the stream, okay? So I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to say start listeners, which will create this method here in a second. All right, start listeners. And it said, where is it? Give it to me. We'll create it here in a second, right? I mean, I could say here, it just says, hey, create me the method, right? And it could do it for us, right? Do that. I'm going to leave it there for now. But before I did that, I wanted to do one item first. Never forget to dispose. So I'm going to create a dispose for our class. And it's going to be the product list controller. Okay, when you use a controller, you want to be able to close it. So I'm going to close it. There's no dispose, just going to close the stream controller so that it stops listening to items. You don't need to anymore. Once this goes away, we don't want it. And for the life of the app, in our case, it's going to start listening. But if we close the page or close the app, we want to close the stream controller so that we don't have any memory leaks. And yes, Dart has garbage collecting and all that, but it's good to be able to do this. Now, next thing here, we did our start listeners. So let's go ahead and start listening. What we want to do is we want to do the product list controller, right? We want to look at the stream and we want to start listening. Okay, what do we want to listen for? And let me do this. Let's close it. And this is going to bring back a product, right? So that's what we're going to be listening to. Every time there's a stream, we add in products because the service is going to be adding products to here. We want to listen and say, hey, products have been added. So what happens is once the stream has been updated, this is going to be called here. And it's going to say, hey, what we want to do is we want to set that the isProduct loading is going to be equal to false. So what exactly are we doing here? So, and we're going to be creating other services, obviously, but once the user scrolls and the next 10 records are obtained, we're going to create here an add products method. And then in that add products method, the isProduct loading is going to be passed as true. So we want to tell the home page says, hey, it's loading, don't do anything else. Once the stream, the sync is added to the stream, the next 10, this listener here, the stream listener, is going to say, okay, I'm done adding. We want to tell the home screen that, listen, the product are no longer loading. Okay, just that's basically all the start listeners are doing. So as you can see, we have a listener here. And then in the home, we're going to have a stream builder that's going to be another listener. Okay, so we want to broadcast. That's why we did the broadcast. All righty. So what we're going to do now is we want to create a method to add the products that the home screen is going to be calling. So let's call this add products. Okay. And what are we going to add this? We're going to pass here the records that are going to be added, right? What was fetched from the JSON, because we're going to have a service going to parse the JSON for us. So we're going to pass in a list of the product model. It seems like the autofill wants to work only when it wants to today. And let's just call this add to product list. Okay. All right. So what exactly is this going to do? So let's just make a note of that. So this is going to add new products, right, to the existing products list. So what does this mean? If the current list has 20 records, we're going to pass in this list of these add to product list, the next 10 records. So it's going to take our current list and add. It's going to take these 10 new records that are being added to the current list, okay? So what we want to do, we want to first check, okay? We want to do an if check. We want to make sure that the add product list is not empty, right? So we say add to product list is not empty. So we want to check that this list is not empty. If it's empty, we're not going to do anything because it was called wrongly. So we're going to set that is product loading as false. Equals false, right? Because there's nothing to do. And the product list on here, if it's not empty, this is true because it's not empty. That means that it has items in the list. So now what we want to do is we want to add, okay? So if the list is not empty, the product is loading, right? Now it's loading. Once it adds, and we're add to the sync, once it's done, the listener is listening to the stream, says, okay, now we're done loading all the products. So let's go ahead and do that. The product list, we're going to say add all. So you want to add all of them. I'm going to say add to product list. Perfect. And then what we want to do is call, right, the sync. We're going to call the sync. We're going to say add, and we're going to add this product list. So let's just take a look at this again. So the home page calls the add products. There's going to be a list of 10 new items here. It's going to check if it's not empty, said that the product is loading, so do know we're loading new records. We're going to take the product list, which is just a list of our products, and we're going to add all. We're going to add these new items to the list, right? To this product list. And then we're going to take the add product list sync here, which is highlighted here, and we're going to add this product list. Because as you add to the stream, it's actually replacing the values that are there. And that's why we're doing this little trick here. Okay. Now, let's also create a method that, hey, if let's say we run into an error, well, we want to be able to tell the stream, the product list service, the stream controller that says, hey, look, we got an error. Display an error on the home page, right? So let's go ahead and do another void here. And this is going to be an add product error method. It's going to take a string with the error message. Okay, so is product loading equals? It's going to equal false because no product's being loaded. But we're going to take that product list controller and we're going to call the method called add error. As you can see there, add an error. And we're going to pass the error. So it's going to pass to the product list controller the error, and the StreamBuilder in the home page that we're going to control, it's going to say, oh, I have an error, and it's going to display the correct message. And we'll be building all those later. And we have another method that we want to create here. And we want to create one that just refreshes the current list products. Okay, let me just explain what this does. Refresh current list products. Okay. So what this method is going to do, and let me just go ahead and add products list, and just going to call it product list. Okay, so what does this mean here? This method is really for one thing. Our app, if you remember when we're viewing the app, we have 3 different templates that we're using: a card, a list item template 1, and a list item template 2. So when the user changes from card to list item 1 to list item 2 templates, we want to tell the StreamBuilder in the home page to refresh. All this does is just tell the add product list, right, the sync, just refresh the current list that is there. That means we have no new fetches. The StreamBuilder is going to refresh the home page, just the template, and it's going to give us performance enhance. It's going to enhance our performance so that only the list is going to refresh. And once we implement it, you'll see how that comes into place. We also want to create one last method, which is going to be called clear products. So if you wanted to just remove all the products from the list, this is a nice way to do it. It means the skip is going to go back to 0 because we're clearing all our products. We want to start from scratch. The product list, we're going to do a clear. And the add product list, to the sync, we're going to add just a blank array, which is going to give us no records. And with this, this concludes our product list service. Now that we have this finished, let's go back to the connection service. So product list service, yes, import it. Alrighty. So as you can see, I imported the library for us, and now no longer gives us an error. So now let's go ahead and finish our service. All right. So let's go ahead and finish this. So we have a to-do here. Alert the product list service that no internet connection is available, right? So let's go ahead and remove that. So what do we do now? Now that we have the product list service, we kind of start finishing here the entire service. But before we do that, I like to create a constructor here. So connection service. For the constructor, we're going to have a dependency injection of a product list service, right? So when we initiate this class, we're going to pass the list server, inject it only once, and then we'll be able to use it through the app. So we're going to say that the product list service, right? Remember, it was late. So once you mark it late, that means you can do it at a later time, which we are, once the class is initiated here, and it's going to be initiated to the service. Okay. All right. So now let's go ahead and finish this portion. All right. So now what we want to do is the product list service. We're going to say, is internet connection available, right? Product list service. Internet connection availability equals. Well, this says that when we tested, there was no internet connection. That means it was false. And then product list service. Is the product loading? Since we have no connection, nothing is happening. This will be false also. And then the product list service, we're going to add a product error, right? Right here, we're going to pass the error. And what is the error going to be? So let's just say internet connection is currently not available. Okay, let's close it. So that's looking good. Now let's go ahead and work on our watch connectivity. Let's remove the to-do here. So now the watch connectivity, we'll be able to pass in the product list service, right? So here it is, and we'll call it product list service. So let's say connectivity, right? Which we have here as a late subscription, right? It's a stream subscription, connectivity. We're going to say connectivity equals, let's call our connectivity package, and it's going to say on connectivity change. Let's listen. All right, let's listen. And what are we going to listen to? Let me do this. Okay, instead of event here, let's call this connectivity result. It's a type of connectivity result. I'm going to call it just status. Okay. So we're going to say a switch statement. And we're going to look for the status return, right? Okay. So we're going to say case. If the connectivity result is none, right? So what do we want to do? We want to tell the product list service internet connectivity equals false. Right? So basically, we're doing the exact same thing that we did here up here. So I'm just going to do just a little bit of copy and paste here. I know it can be dangerous, but I think that's pretty good here. And then we're going to finish with a break, right? And then next, I'm going to set default. So if there's no connectivity, tell the home page that, look, we have no internet connection. Or otherwise, if you do have Wi-Fi or 5G is enabled, LTE, whatever is your mobile device on or your desktop, then let's tell the product list service. Oops, product list service. The internet connection ability is true. It is available. It's good. And the product list service. Seems like the autocomplete doesn't want to cooperate that much today. And we want to do refresh the current list products. Okay. And let's see here. The next thing that we want to do is the last item we want to do is, remember we spoke about we want to cancel what we're listening to, right? Because the connectivity on change is listening. This is a listener. So if we have a listener, when we're done with this, we want to just cancel, right? Boom. So this will go ahead and cancel. And this is all that we need right here for the connectivity service. So before we work on the home, why don't we go ahead and commit some of these changes we've made to GitHub. Let's go to Git, commit. And let's see, so we added the connection and product list services. All right, very good. So I'm going to commit and push. Yep, looks all good. I'm going to push. Let's make sure it goes to Git. There we go, one commit. All right, let's start filling in the home page. Now, we're not done creating services, of course. We have more services that we're going to create. But let's just start filling some of these in, and then we'll go ahead and create the other services and pages and widgets. We're going to be creating widgets and all sorts of fun stuff. So let's go back here on the home page. Okay, so on the state section of the class, let's create a late, and we're going to do late because we're not going to initialize it here. We're going to have the connection service. There it is. And let's call it connection service. We're going to have another one. The product service, which we have not created yet, but I'm going to put it here, okay? We'll create this in a few. Product service. Now let's just call this product service. I know it's going to give us, hey, what's going on? Where is it? I'm just going to comment it for now, okay? And I'm going to leave this for now like this. And let's create a little bit here. One of the first things that we want to do is override the init statement. Okay. Now, I know when we create the init statement, it always has to do on top. It seems like, oh, this is where the code goes. That is absolutely not where the code goes. When you have the init state, just make sure that your code goes after the super init state, okay? So the code always goes after our code here. But we're also going to have the dispose, right? So we're going to override the dispose. On the dispose, your code, this is correct here. Our code does go before, okay? hopefully maybe we need a pull request and that kind of fix that little thing, because it kind of throws off a little bit the way it should be. So remember, init state, the super init state goes first, so the super goes first in init state. In the dispose, the super goes last. All right. So let's look at our super init state here, right? So what do we want to do first? We want to do the connection service. So let's just say connection service is going to equal connection service. And what do we want it to be? We want it to be of product list service, right? But it's not there, right? We need to actually declare it here. So let's do that. Final, because it's going to be a final. We're not changing this. Product list service. And we're going to call it product list service. It's going to equal product list service. Okay. And now that works just fine. Next thing we want to do is connection service. Remember, we created the method watch connectivity. So we're going to call it watch connectivity. We're going to pass that product list service, like dependency injection there. Perfect. Now, we do need to create the product service, and we might be creating this next. But I like to put a few more stubs in here before we go forward. And what I like to do is maybe, let me do final here. I want to create a ScrollController. Okay. And you see in a second here while we're doing that, ScrollController. This is going to keep track where the user is scrolling. And this is going to help us with paging. Okay. So under init state here, I'm going to just say here, check if scroll has reached the bottom, right? The bottom of the page. Then retrieve the next 10 records. Which are the product, right? Okay. So how do we do that? We're going to take the ScrollController. We're going to add a listener. These listeners are great. All right. To the listener, we're going to say, all right, let's check for a few things. One, the ScrollController, we want to look at the offset. Okay. The offset means where's it scrolling? It's the offset. Is it scrolling up and down? If the scrolling offset is equal to the ScrollController position where the user is scrolling, it's the max scroll extent, which is at the bottom, basically. It did all the way at the bottom where there's no more to scroll. And I'm going to say not the product list service, and the product is not loading. It's product loading, right? Because if it is, we don't want to do anything. And then we're going to say to do, we want to get products, right? Get products, which is going to be the next and product. Okay. And that's going to be a to do because we want to be able to create that. Okay. And that's going to be a method right here in the home. Okay. So what we probably should do at this point is we want to do a little bit of what we could do is two things. One, we can create our product service, which is probably a good idea to go ahead and do that. So this is product service is going to be basically once you get the authorization tokens, you're going to get products to come back. And we do need to create it. We really should create all probably our services by now, which are usually I do different ways. Sometimes you could just create all your services at once, and sometimes you might want to just do them as you need them, right? But what I like to do is just create a check internet connection method in here, which we'll be able to use it once we do the check internet connection and authorization. So let's kind of just do that for now. In this check internet connection method is going to return a future because it's an async call, and it's going to be calling the service that we did, or the connection service that we created, the package. So this is going to return a future. So let's just say future. It's going to type of Boolean, so it'll be a bool. Let's just call it check internet connection. It's going to be an async call. All right. So what do we want to do in here? We're going to take the product list service, and when I look at the internet connectivity ability, right? We want to say, okay, what's the internet what is our internet connection availability? So we want to make a call to the service. We'll say await connection service is internet connection available. Okay. So once it tells us, we're going to do a few things. We're going to say, okay, if, let's check. If, and we should say if it's not, right? If there's no internet connection, what do we want to do? So this is going to be product list service, internet connection ability, right? If it's not, it means if that was false, then we're going to have to say, hey, we have no more internet connection. Let's show a message. So internet connection availability is going to equal false. The loading is the product loading. It's going to equals false also. And what we want to do is add a product error, meaning that, hey, look, internet is not available. So we'll do the same thing. Internet connection is currently not available. Now we could also refactor a little bit so that you notice some of these things already in the other service. We can refactor a little bit of those. I'm going to leave that here for now. I'll leave that for future. And we're going to return the product list service, the internet connection availability, if it's available. Okay. So this will be a method we're going to be checking here as we retrieve records, just to make sure we didn't lose connection. I know we're doing multiple checks just because we want to make sure that our user experience is really, really good. Now let's create a listener. We're going to use a StreamBuilder in the body of this app. This is going to check for the internet connection, right? So when we load this app, check for the internet connection. Is it available? If it is, then we go on and show the products, right? Which we'll create in a bit. But if the internet connection is not available, then we want to show a message, right? So instead of a container, let's return a StreamBuilder. Now, why are we using a StreamBuilder? We're using a StreamBuilder because when these items changes, the only thing we want to redraw on the screen is the appropriate widgets. We don't want to redraw the whole widget tree, okay? And StreamBuilders are excellent at that. I really do love them. All right, so initial data, it's going to be just an empty array. I'm just going to make this a const. Okay, the stream. This is going to be what are we going to be listening to? So we created the product list service just for this. And it was called get product list. This is just a stream, right? If you get on here, you can see that was just a stream, right? It's a list. It's listening to the stream that we created in our product list service. Simple as that. Next, and if you notice, StreamBuilder says, hey, what's going on? You need a builder, right? And look, I created that. They go ahead and created a builder for me, right? All right. So let's change this a little bit. So for the builder, this is going to be a context, async snapshot. It's a list dynamic. Well, it's really a list of product model, right? That's really what this is. And I could do this right now, product model, and bring it in. But I'm not going to bring it in because the services have this. So I'm just going to leave it as async snapshot, okay? I could do the other way. Depends on the preference. Now, one of the first things that I want to do is when the page is first loaded and the builder runs, because this is going to be running here, I want to do a check before we do anything. And it's going to be what? I'm going to say, hey, we need to check if the internet is available, right? So we want to look at that product list service. Is the internet connection available? So this is saying if it's not available, what should we do? Well, if it's not available, then what we want to do is we want to return like an error message, right? That says, hey, no internet, right? No internet available. That's what we want to return. Now, this is not a good way to do it. We're going to be a lot better because we want to create a good user interface. We want to create a good user experience. We don't need a pop-up that comes up and says, hey, you have no internet. Or we built it into the actual page that, depending what the internet connection is, we either show the message that is part of the page or the list view that, of products, okay? Now, if you also notice here, it says, hey, you got a red squiggly sign. It says, hey, you got to return something. There's only one if statement, right? So just to make the error go away, I'm just going to take this return here and just put it down here. But this is all going to change, okay? And now that's going to, what it wants us to do is do a const modifier, which I'll do just for now. But we don't have to because we're going to replace this. What do we want to do right now? So why don't we create the actual widget that is actually going to display the messages. Okay, so this is going to be a reusable widget, okay, that we're going to pass some information and it's going to display it on the page. So let's go back to lib. And we're going to create the widget. And we should call it probably like a status message. So let me go ahead and do that. New, start file. So let's create a folder called widgets. And let's call this status message. All right. And let's create a class. Let's call this status message. Actually, I'm not going to do it manually. I'm going to say, this is going to be a stateless widget, okay? So let's call this status message. Message. Yep, spelled it correctly. Yay. All right. And it's going to give us some errors here. And we're going to fill some stuff in here, okay? So let's do this first. I'm going to create some variables here that we're going to be passing in. So we want to create a final. These are all going to be final because it's stateless. It's going to be string message. I'm going to pass a message. We're going to pass a banner message. We're going to pass a color. So we'll call this banner color. And we're going to pass another color, which will be the actual text color. So this is pretty customized, right? And yes, we need the, it wants us to import the Dart UI, but what we'll do is this instead. And I'm going to let it import like this. Should be not Cupertino, but it's just material. Okay. All right. Now it says, hey, what's going on here? I have final, right? It wants us to add them because they need to be required. So if you click that, it automatically adds it for us. Now let's take a look and see what we have. Okay, we have the key. It does this to me, unfortunately. 1 second, let me undo that. I'm going to have to manually do this, because when you do that, somehow it messes up the autocomplete. Let's see if it works this time. Okay, this time it did. It needed to have a comma in there, otherwise it was messing it up. So what do we have? We have a key, and these are all required fields, right? They're final. Required, required. Beautiful. Okay. And that's looking real good. So now we want to start building the widget. So in this widget, what we want to do is, I'm thinking of just doing a banner on the upper left and a message on the bottom. So we're going to have two widgets we're going to stack on top of each other. So that means we're just going to create a column. Let's create a column. All right. And I want this to be aligned to the left from the start. So let me just say the cross-axis alignment is going to be from the start. And we're going to have children. So we're going to have a banner widget. The banner widget is really cool. I really do love the banner widget. All right, let's format this. Okay. Okay. The location. So this is going to be a banner location. So the location is going to be the top and start. So it's going to be on the upper left or the upper right, depending which language you're using. Okay. All right. And what we also want to do is we want to do the color. So we pass the banner color. And the other one is, what is the text style going to be? Okay. So we're going to do the text style. The color is going to be the text color, which is what we passed here. All right, so for the banner, we're done. Now we have the next widget that actually is actually going to show the full message, right? These are just the banner messages. Now we want to show a full message on the screen to let the person know that, look, this is the error that we're receiving. So I want a center on the screen, so I'm going to use a center widget. I'm going to require one child. Let's make this, I'm going to use a container. And I want the margins on this container. And you use the edge insets, of course. I only want to be it on the top. So I only want to put a margin on the top. And I'm going to make it 48 pixels. Okay. And it wants this to be a const. Now, padding. And I'm just going to put const because it's going to want us to do that. So I'm going to do the edge insets. I want to cooperate. And for here, I want to do all. Okay. And I want it to be all around the padding 24 pixels. Now the container has a child, and the child is going to be a text widget. And this text widget is going to show the full message, right? Which we already passed. But I also want to style. And I want to style this text widget. So I'm going to use the theme of, which uses a inherited widget, right? Anything you see .of, those are inherited widgets that Dart is using. So we're going to use the text theme. I like to use a headline number 5 for the size. Okay. And that's really all that we need for the message to show our status message. I'm going to close that down, go back to the home. So why don't we go ahead and now finish and show that message, right? So what do we want to return here? So we want to return, instead of the text, we want to return the status message, right? Status message, there it is. And let me just go here. All right, let's format this. And these are all the, there we go, banner color, text color. All right. So for the status message, what do we want to pass here? What does the message want to say? And I know I'm hard coding it, but this could be an enum where we can use this. It could be a helper, and maybe in future we'll refactor this and put them into a little helper. So we're going to say internet connection is currently not available. All right. And for the better message, we just want to say none, for like as in there's no internet connection. For the banner color, we want this to be a yellow, not really a red, just a yellow, because it's not actually an error from us. It's just there's no internet connection. Now that can be any colors that you like. And for the text color, I'm going to say black. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. Now, for future here, I'm going to put this to do. We're going to check for a snapshot connection state. Okay. So this is going to be in the future. So we're going to have all sorts of checks and so on. For now, we're just going to say hello. Okay. So why don't we go ahead and try this? Let's open up our, let me move this side here. Let's open up our device, our simulator, emulator. Okay. See what we got so far. See where it leads us. Make sure we don't have any errors. All right, and here we go. It's going to take just here a few seconds to build. The first time it always takes a little longer. But as it's building, some of the other items that we're going to create here, I'm going to get and probably put a little bit of a stub in with our switch statement so that we can put a little stop for the connection state, and we're going to check for waiting. We're going to check for the connection state if it's active. And if it's active, we should also check if there's any snapshot errors, right? We want to make sure that we don't mess anything up. And then we will create a default message to show if, just in case the authorization is good, the internet connection is good, we want to show a message that says, hey, there's no records, there's no records to show. So that would be kind of our default message, go-to message. And this is gonna, it's running a little bit longer than it should here. Just a little bit. But as you can see, our application is shaping up. And hopefully we'll be able to look at it here in just a few seconds. Here we go. It's installing it finally. And I'm going to go ahead and make the emulator bigger here once it runs. It's installing. And you can just click on run here and this hides. There we go. Almost there. Hide this. So it says hello. That means internet connection is available. And it gave us the hello message. And we're running in dark mode since this emulator is in dark mode. Now let me just switch here to network and internet on our settings. So what happens if while we're using the app, the user loses internet connection, right? This was going to simulate it for us. And look at that. It's saying, well, internet connection is currently not available. Now we're going to fix a little bit here. It should say none instead of the same message up here. We'll fix that. Let me look at the status message widget. So on the banner, this should be the banner message. Okay, I'm going to save it. Voila. And that fixed that portion there, and it says none. Interconnection is currently not available. So we know that that watch is literally working. So let's go back and check it. Hey, let's say we got our internet back, right? Recognize it? Internet is back. And you can see the hello message. So now next, let's go ahead and actually, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop it from running. I'm going to close the simulator here. And I'm going to submit this to GitHub. And in next, what we should do is start creating a little bit more of the list view. We're going to create more of the services and go from there. So let's go ahead and go to Git. Let's commit. All right, so let's remove the previous message. And on here, so we added put a home, right? We added the services and so on. So we added to home screen or page, whatever you like. I like calling the page. We added the services, the StreamBuilder, the default message widget, or we should say here, I'm going to put that separate, the StreamBuilder, internet, checking availability, availability, and created the status message widget. Let's go ahead and commit and push. Oh, let's see what we got. It's okay. We're not going to do them right now. I'm going to commit anyway and push. Normally, you would want to go ahead and finish those. But in our case, I'm not worried about it, so I'm going to commit anyway and push. Okay? Yes, push it. Excellent. I'm going to hide that. Beautiful. We can see, pushed one commit, so we're good to go. So next, we're going to start creating some other services, and we're going to have a few more widgets to create, and then we're going to keep working on the home page, because now what we want to do next is also the authorization. We want to be able to log in, authorize the user, get the authorization token, start retrieving the products, and so on. Alrighty, let's create the Auth services. I'm going to go to Services, New, Dart. So we'll create a folder called Auth. And in that subfolder, first let's create the API values service. This is going to be a basic service that is going to just keep track of some of our base values, fields like the authorization base URL, the path, the username, password. Because for this particular demo, we're not going to create a login screen. We're going to have this passing it to the API, and this is where we're going to store our values, okay? Since it's a free JSON server, you know, the authentication is not secret. It's available for anyone to see. All right, so let's create this class, and let's call it API service values. And along with the variables that we're going to create the values in the future, we can always add methods to it and other items that we might want to do if we decide to add in the future an actual login screen to this particular demo. Okay, let's start with the auth base URL, the authorization base URL. So all these are going to be static. They're going to be a constant, and they're going to be strings. So I'm just going to copy that so I don't have to type it every time. So let's do the first one. Is going to be the auth base URL. And all these values I retrieved from the dummyjson.com website, okay? So the domain name is dummyjson.com. And then let's do the auth base URL path. Whoops. And that's going to be auth/login, okay? Because it's going to go ahead and try to log in for us. Let's do the username. And they have a bunch of different usernames that we can use. I've just picked one. This one is Frochel. Froachel. I believe I spelled it right. We will find out. Password equals RF. It's going to be capital VSKIM capital C. All right. Then we're going to have the products, which that's going to be retrieving the products, the base URL for that. It's going to be obviously dummyjson.com. This could be something different. That's why I decided to break it out and not just use the auth and base, because this could be a different place that you get it. Okay. So this is going to be products base URL path. And that's going to be auth for the path. It's going to take the auth. I cannot spell today. And then products. Okay. Miss closing right there. I think that's looking good. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 6. I don't think I forgot anything. I think I spelled everything right. We will find out. All right. Now let's go ahead and actually create the auth service, the authorization service. Now let's just call it, auth service. Okay. Let's create a class, and we'll create this auth service. All right. So the auth service is also going to have error handling. So let's go ahead and let's create, actually, before we continue, we really need to create another class outside of this. I'm going to go back here. Another class for the auth service that is going to be the auth service response, okay? The auth service response. So basically, once we pass in the username and password, this is the response that we're going to get back from the body, the JSON. And these are the fields that are going to come back to us. So it's going to be an integer, which is the ID equals 0. I'm going to default them to default values of either 0 or blanks, okay? And these, of course, again, we did the models. That's where we get all the fields from. These are all going to be strings, except for one more integer. I'm going to copy string. So we're going to have the username that is going to come back. And this is the order that it's going to come back. Then we have the email. Then we're going to have the first name, the last name, the gender, the image, which is going to be the image for the user. And this is going to be a URL path. It'll be like HTTPS, blah, 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 to wherever the image might be stored, okay? We're going to get back a token, which is the authentication token. This is the most important part of this, because we're going to be using this token when we receive it back to pass it to the products service, to be able to retrieve records back. Okay, and if the token is no good, you don't receive any records. If somebody tries to fake it and not authorize properly, it will not work. So we're going to have an integer here, which is going to be the status code. All right. Now, when I put here the actual status code, this is going to be the status code that is going to be coming back from when we make the API call. And if, let's say, we have a 200 status code, that means it's good. If we have a, let's say, a 404, that means not found, or whatever the other errors we might be getting back, okay? So I'm going to just default it to 0 because we want to keep track of that. And then we're going to have the string as the error message, okay? If there's an error message that comes back. All right. So the auth service response, I think that's looking good. I also want to make one more class, which is going to be the auth service error message. And it's going to have a string, and it's basically just coming back with a message. So if there's an error, the dummy JSON auth response sends back an actual field with a message, a JSON with the message, okay? So that's why I created this. So we have an auth service response, what we get back. I added the status code to track it. The auth service error, which is a string message coming back. All right. Now let's go ahead and create now the actual auth service. And the auth service really is just going to have one method, which is going to be a login. Now I'm going to make it a static because I want to be able to call, let's say we do auth service, dot. Okay. I want to be able to call it statically. All right, static. Now, the login, the auth service response is going to be asynchronous, which means we got to get back a future. So this particular method is going to return a future. So let's do future. And it's going to be an auth service response. Okay, which we created here above. And let's call this login. You could have called it anything we like. It's going to be, like I said, an async method. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's initiate the auth service response. And auth service response. So we initiated it. Now, what we want to do is remember we added the HTTP package. What we want to do is now make a call to the API, to the server, using the HTTP package. And it's going to return back this URL, which is an actual URI. Okay. I'm going to call it URL. It's going to be URI HTTPS, because we are using SSL certificates. So everything today should be done with certificates. And if you do authorization, there's no other way to do it. All right. I mean, you should not do it any other way, I should say. Let's use the API service values. Okay, that's what we created here, right? We're going to start retrieving some of these values. So the auth base URL is what we need first. And then the second parameter is the auth base URL path. And looks like you already knew it was smart enough. Okay, very good. If you notice, we still have login. It says, hey, there's no return. I want my return. Well, we'll get to it. Okay. So let's do the await, because now we're going to actually, now that we have the URL here as a URI, we want to mix the actual call, the HTTP call. This is the HTTP package now, okay? And the way dummy JSON has us call the auth is by a post command, okay? So we're going to go post. The first parameter is the URL. We're going to pass the URL. Next, it wants to know the headers. Okay, so it wants headers. So we're going to paste the headers here. So let's go ahead and do that. The headers are going to be basically text. Okay, so the first one is the connection. This is something they don't require this, but I like to do this, the connection. So this is not required, it's just I like to do it and keep alive. Okay. Again, not required, I just like to do that. Next, this is required. It's a content type. And it's going to be an application JSON. Okay. That's looking good. Next, we want to do the body, right? We want to pass the body. And the body, we want to encode it as a JSON. Okay, this is what they require. So let's do JSON encode. And what is the object? All right, so let's pass the object here. So we're going to have the username, right? We have to pass the username and the API service values, username. Then we're going to pass a password for us to be authenticated, right? So password. Very good. Okay. And then what we want to do here, I don't want to just stop the call here and get a response here. We want to do a then, okay? So what I want to do here is a then. So we're going to do a then, whoops, none, response. It looks like we lost, I think there's going to be another async. We lost our autocomplete again, so we'll have to do it manually. Okay, well, let's close that. So now, let's say the auth server's response, okay? What is the status code? So I'm going to explain what's going on here in 1 second. Let me just put this here. Okay. So what are we doing here? Let me just make this message here go away. Hold on. Let me just return. Actually, I won't do that. Let me just return the auth service response. Okay. Just going to make that go away. Okay. And I don't think it brought in the package. This is why we're getting an error here. And that's why we're not getting the autocomplete. So let's just manually do that ourselves. Sometimes it's necessary. So we want to bring in the HTTP package. So you see it right here, this package, okay? But let's bring it in as HTTP. Okay, so we'll bring it in the HTTP package as HTTP. Now it makes the error go away. Very good. We should have our autocomplete back. One hopes. So what's happening here? First, we're initiating the auth response, which is what the response we're going to get back to JSON. We created a URI, which is the URL, based on the auth base URL and the auth base URL path, right? So it's going to go DammyJohnson/auth/login. Now make sure that you do not have a slash here. If you do a slash here, you'll get an error. It will not access, okay? So the base URL path cannot start with a slash. And that's basically we're combining those two values and getting the URL as a URI. The HTTP post requires that. So it's being passed here as a URI. So the HTTP post gets the URL. The headers, which in this case, the service requires only the application JSON to be passed. I like to personally put the connection to keep alive. Then it has the body, right? So we're going to encode the body as a JSON with the username and password. Once we do that, it makes this call. Once it retrieves the response, it goes to the then, right? And it's going to give us back a response. Again, we're going to use async here. And let me show you a little bit. Let's write a little bit more what's happening. But when we got the response back, we're saying, what is the code? Was it 200 like we were saying before up here? Was it 200? Was it 404? Was it a 400 error maybe? Some other unknown error that we don't know. The 404 is going to give us the field to authorize in this case. So let's find out what they are. So all we're doing is we put in the response code into the auth response status code. Okay, so now we're going to check and say, all right, let's check what's going on. If the response status code equals 200, it means, yay, we are authenticated, right? So let me do a final mode. And not equal, but Boolean equal. In other words, that's to be true or false. We're not setting the value there. We're checking the values for Boolean. And let's do the auth model, okay? So what we want to do is the auth model. There's the auth, whoops. Auth model equals auth model. I don't want autocomplete. I want to do the period here, the dot. And I want to do from raw JSON. Let me bring it in. Okay, I'm going to bring it in the auth model. So now we have the autocomplete. So we're going to do from raw JSON. Okay? Because that's what we're getting. We're getting raw JSON back. And what is the JSON? The JSON we're getting back, it's in the response dot, yep, the body. Okay, so now we have the auth model from the raw JSON. It's going to take this in, right? And what it's going to do? It's going to do from JSON. So it's going to take the JSON that came back, right? It's going to map it. It's going to use a map of string and dynamic, which is key and value, right? And it's going to take the values and assign it to our class so that it's easy for us to do the dot notation. Just awesome. That's why I love using classes. So we have the final auth mode. So let's do the auth server's response token equals the auth model token. Oh, let's spell it correctly. Auth model. Okay. Right. So now this is the most important thing we can retrieve, the token. So now we have it and it's good. And then at this, what we're going to do is return, because we're going to say return and return the response. Okay. So the response is going to return all this so that from the home screen, we can do anything we want with this information. Now, once the return happens, it doesn't go past this. It's just going to return, right? Because there's nothing else we need to do. But what happens if the response status code, the status code equals 404, and in this case, the 404, it's not found, but basically failed to authorize, right? So the auth service response error message, we're going to set the error message because that's what's happened here. And then what do we say? What should we say? It's going to say failed to authorize. And I'm going to do a /n because I want to create a new line, okay? And I'm going to say 404 not found. In other words, we didn't find this user. It failed to authorize. We don't know where he is. Something is wrong. Or else if, what's the other response status code? Maybe we'll check for 400 equals 400, right? And here the auth service response error is going to return the actual error that the authorization service gave us back, okay? Because we don't know what it could be. So the auth error model. I'm going to say, whoop, did I misspell something? Auth error model from raw JSON. Not sure why. Oh, yes. Let's import the library. And there it is. I had to type it manually, but there it goes, right? And it's going to be the response.body. And there it is. And then it's going to be the message, because when it creates an error, it's going to give back a message, right? So the auth service class is made just for this, because if it's not found and it's some other error, we want to show the user what the error was, because it could be anything. We don't know what it might be. Else, if everything else fails, the auth service response error will do like a, we'll just do like a, why don't we do like a generic error maybe? So let's just say failed to authorize. Yeah, failed to authorize sounds good. Again, I want to go to the next line. It's just my own preference. You don't have to do that. Unknown error. Hopefully I spelled it right. Unknown error. I think I did. Return. And actually, we do not need, I could do return auth response here. But it's really not needed, because the then statement has an if for everything, and then the else right here takes care of everything, right? But I'm going to pass it because we're just actually, no, we have to pass this here. Please scratch that out. My head was somewhere else, because we are setting the error what it should be. Once we set the error, then we return that particular response. If I would have put here each one return on each one, then yes, that would be true. But we need to return that. And I believe this is the whole class. Let me just double check. But yes, that should take care of all of it. So we're going to use this auth service class to now authenticate and we're going to do a trial run and see if we can authenticate. All right. So what we want to do now is we want to go back to the home button. I want to go back to the home page. And why don't we go ahead and initiate the auth service response here so that we can track of, what's coming back, right? Because here we want to know if the user got authorized, we do certain things. If you didn't, we do other things. We show the not authorized message, or we show the actual services, the products that come back. So let's bring the auth service response. Yep, auth service response. Gotta love the autocomplete. Okay, so now we have the auth service response, okay? So we declare it. So let's go ahead and create another method here that we haven't yet. And let's go ahead and create it. Yeah, let's create it after here, after the check internet connection. And this is, again, this was going to be a get auth call. And it's going to be an async. And that means it's going to be returning something. It's going to return a future. But in this case, we're actually not going to pass this value to anybody. We're just going to be a void, okay? But because we have the services are going to store all these values. The stream builders are going to redraw what they need to according to that. So we really don't need to pass anything back, okay? So let's do it. Let's take a look at this. So this method, the get auth, that means get the authorization, right? Now, when would this be called? So let's go into our init state. Once we got all our services, what we want to do is call it from here. We want to get the auth, okay? So when we first start the page, the first thing is, hey, get the authorization, okay? Is this user authorized? What should I do? So let's go ahead and do that. First thing, I like to check again is there an internet connection, right? So the product list service, remember, it has the internet connection availability. So we're going to say, all right, await. Check internet connection. right? Which is the method here. So when it's getting the authorization, one thing I want to do is, hey, just check again to make sure we have internet connection. Otherwise, it's always going to say unauthorized. And that would be the wrong message because you really don't have internet connection. Now, if the auth service response status code equals 200, means it's okay, and the auth service response error, okay, just in case there's an error, does not equal error response, then we want to do something here. So what do we want to do? We actually want to get the products. So what does this mean? So here to do, get products. So we want to get the authorization. We check for internet, make sure that it's there, right? And as it checks this, if it's not there, you know it's going to show the error. So this will stop, nothing else will happen. But if it isn't, if the code is 200, and you'll see how this comes into play in a second here. I'm just setting it all up. And that there's no error, as long as there's no error that says error response, we're good. We can go get our products. But if there is some kind of an error, we're going to do else. We're going to say the product list service. We're going to say, is the product loading new? Because we got an error here, so no, nothing is going to load. And let's make a final string here. What is the error? What is the error? I'm going to call this just final error equal. I could have called it just error if I wanted to. The auth service response error message, right? So now we, from the response, going to give us that what the error message was. And on the product list service, I'm going to add the product error, right? And it's going to be the final error. Now, could I have just called this error? Sure, I could have. In fact, why don't we go ahead and do that? Let's just call this error. I think I like it better just as error. Okay. And for the authorization, this is pretty much it. And we're going to come back once we get the get products service done. One of the things that I do want to put here is that the product list service is the product loading. Yep. I'm going to put it to false because the get products itself will actually set to true. And once we get the get products, it's going to be responsible whether it should be loading or not. For now, we're going to leave it to false because we don't know whether this is going to be successful or not. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and just create the stub here. And again, this is going to be another future, but we're not going to return any values. It's going to be a void. We're not returning nothing. Get products. Right. And now this is going to be async. Okay. So what do we want to do here? This is when we actually want to go ahead and retrieve the products, right? I'm just putting in the stubs and we'll fill these later. I'm just going to leave this here. Actually, I like to test the authorization before we get the products. So I'm just going to leave that there. Okay. So let's go ahead and test. Bring up the emulator here, the Android emulator. There we go. And we're going to run it and see if the authorization fails or works. We're about to find out. All right, let's run it. And the internet is unenabled or not, I believe. We left it enabled last time. Let's go ahead and process. And hopefully it's a little faster than last time, but we'll find out. Maybe I will not close the emulator. I'll just hide it so that it'll be a little bit faster next time. There we go. Installing. See what happens. Minimize this. All right, time of truth. So it looks like it worked because it gave us the products. So that worked. Well, what happens if we pass the wrong username? I wonder what's going to happen there. Let's rerun it. Should be resyncing. Actually, I'm going to have to rerun it from scratch here, but we should be getting an error that the authorization failed. We're about to find out. All right, here we go. Give us that authorization failed. Nope, so something is not going right. So we need to figure out what the bug might be. Why is it not giving us the right error? Yes. I think let me just hide that for now. Okay. Because we haven't put it here yet. Which it's working exactly how it should be. I'm not sure why my Studio keeps, when I hide my emulator, somehow it just keeps coming back once or twice, sometimes 3 times. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Okay. Let's go ahead and scroll up here. So if we notice here, we have the get auth, right? We check into authorization. If it is good, let's go ahead and get the products, load them, else add the product error. But here's the problem. We need to create another service here to make sure this is working. All right, let's scroll up to the get auth and let's see what we got here. All right, we're looking for the internet connection. So here's what I failed to do a few things here. Let's just put this here. We need another if statement first. And we also need to be able to call the auth service, which we didn't. And that's why it was still working. All right. So if, let's say, we need to check for the product link service, the internet connection availability. If it's not, then just return. Okay. Don't do anything else. Don't authorize. If there's no internet, do not authorize whatsoever. All right. Next, here really is where we want to authenticate the user. And we want to look for any credential errors, okay? Credential errors. Okay. So the auth response is going to equal, and we're going to do, of course, the await, because we're going to call the auth service the login. Since it's an asynchronous function. Now that it's going to call the login, it's going to wait. Once it gets the response, we can check for the response. I just, when I wrote it before, I forgot to put the call to the authentication service for the login. So why don't we maybe try that and see how that works? All right, let's bring back the emulator. Just stop it. Let's bring it back. See how we do. All right. Installing. Sure, we'll have to figure out a way to make the Android emulator work a little faster. There we go. All right, what do we got? Hello. Values. Just make sure that it's calling. Let me stop this. Let me go back, make sure that I did not forget anything else. All right, so we're going to hit the authorization, and I am calling it get auth. Okay, checking for the internet connectivity. If there's no internet connectivity, return. I'm going to authenticate the user. I'm going to call the login. I'm going to check for the response code for 200 and that there's no error. I'm going to say that it's false and get the products, which we're not doing yet. We'll do that later. But if the status code was not 200, then this should be displaying the error. The product list service should be adding the error, and that should be displaying it. Now, the reason that it's not showing the authentication failed error is because I did not write it here. I put it on to do and never did it. So let's go ahead and add. Let's just do, we still need to do the products that are being retrieved. So I'm going to do a basic stub for the switch right now so that we can just show the message. And then we'll come back into here and add more to it as we add the products to show the products, okay? So let's just do a switch statement. That's what happens when you do live coding. So you got snapshot. We want to check for the connection state. All right, open and close the brackets. All right, so the first case. First case is I want to check for the connection state. Whoops. I'm not going to check for waiting or any of those things. Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and do that. The connection state, waiting, because we need to do this anyway. If it is, let's return. I'm going to do a const here, of course. I want to center on the screen. But if this is waiting, then what we're going to do is just show a circular progress bar. Okay? So circular, there you go, indicator. And enter, and that's perfect. And then the next case, if the connection state is active, if it's active, then it means we're getting something back. So what we want to do, one, before we show the products, which we still haven't done the service, when we do this, we want to check for errors, which in this case, the error, does the snapshot have an error? In our case, since we're trying to simulate the authentication fails, the snapshot is going to give us an error. This is why we did not get the message. I didn't write the code yet. So let's do a return statement. And we're going to use the widget that we created before. Remember the status message? All right. And let me just format it here a little bit. Let's break it down so we can see it. Going to message, banner color, text color. Okay. All right. So what is the status message going to be? So what we want to do is we want to show actually the snapshot error, because this is the error message that came back. Now for the banner message, what do we want to show? So in this case, we want to do a ternary operator, okay? The banner message is going to be different depending on two things. One, is there an internet connectivity? If we don't have any internet connection, the banner message should say none. We have no internet. But if it's an error, the banner message should say error. So how do we check that? So we're going to go back to our product list service. It's very important. Our product list service is our whole backbone here, and look for the internet connection availability. And if it's not available, then we want to say none. But what if it is available? But what if it's an error? Then we want to show the error. Banner color, we're going to do the exact same thing. Product list service, internet availability, ternary operator again. If there's no internet connection, we want the colors to be yellow. But if it's an error, we want the color of the banner to be red. because it's an error. It's something that needs to be really taken a look at. How about the text color? All right, same thing. Product list service, internet connectivity. If it does not have internet connectivity, I want the text color to be black. But if it's an error, I want the colors of the text to be white. Okay. And I'm going to put a stub in here. I'm going to do an else if. So here, if the snapshot now does have data, right? That means, hey, there's no error, it does have data. I'm going to put this to do, okay? Then here we would return the products list, which we need to create some more services to do that. All right. I think this will do it. Why don't we go ahead and check and see how it goes? All right, let me bring back the emulator. All right, let's see how we do. So what happens? You don't write the code, it doesn't show the message. All right, it's installing. Here we go. Invalid credentials. Let me just start it from scratch. Let me do a full restart here. All right. And we should be getting the... we will fix that we're seeing the other first. We have a little bit more code to show, to write. So that's why you're seeing the hello and then this, okay? We will fix all that, but it is working. So now if let's say we have the correct, let's rerun this. And then it says hello. No more error. So we know that our authentication service is now working and it displays the right message. Okay, very good. I'm going to go ahead and close that auth service. I'm going to close this service too. And we have a little bit more code to do here to do the products. So I think what we should work on next is actually working on creating the product list. Okay. But before we go further, I'm going to go ahead and post this to GitHub. So let's go ahead and commit. Okay, so we created the auth service, the API values service, and then added logic to the home page or screen page like we did before, to handle users authentication, show message if user is not correctly authenticated. If yes, show main page. Okay, let's commit and push. It's got 2 warnings, those 2 to do. We're going to just ignore those because we know that we need to do this. So I'm not worried about them. I'm going to commit anyway. Okay, and let's go ahead and push those. And 1 commitment pushed. Excellent. So next, we're going to work on the product service and add in the rest of the logic. let's create the product service. Now, the product service is going to be responsible to actually go now to getting the products. So after the authentication service ran, we now have an authentication token. We're going to use the authentication token and do a call, an HTTPS call to the products base URL and base URL path, right? And we're going to retrieve all the products for that particular user, and we're going to page it by 10 records at a time. So let us go ahead and create that. So I'm going to highlight the product folder here under services. Choose Dart file, and let's create the product underscore service. Okay, very good. So this is going to be a class of product service. And we want to be able to do dependency injection of the product list service. So let's go ahead and declare it as late, the product list service. There we go. And let's go ahead and import it in. Very good. Now let's create the product service constructor. And it's going to take in the product list service. I'm just going to call it service here. And we're going to say that the product list service, we're going to initiate it to the service that was passed. Make sure that yep, let's see here. Okay. Somehow it's not recognizing the import. Because for the constructor, I put product list service instead of product service. Very good. All right. Yep, it's that live coding. Okay, now let's create a method. And this method is going to be called, well, let's just call it get products. Okay. Get products. And we're going to pass a string, which is going to be the authentication token that we received from the authorization service. So, and this is going to be, again, another async method because this is going to be an async call. So let's check. The first thing we want to do is check to make sure that the auth token is not empty, right? If it's not empty, it means we did pass an authorization token. We can go ahead and actually make the API call. If not, we're not going to do anything. So let us declare URI just like we did with the authentication service. This is going to be the URL. We're going to do the URI HTTPS. Remember, we're going to do that. We're going to call our API service values. And this time we're going to call the product base URL. And then for the path, API values, we're going to get the product base URL path. Okay. And let's see here, we got that there. Perfect. All right. Let's close that up. Now let's go ahead and pass. What we're doing here is we're passing some query parameters. And we're going to pass, because we want to do pagination, right? We don't want to get all the 100 products all the time or whatever how many it is. We want to limit how many products we're going to bring back. So we're going to pass these query parameters. First one is going to be the limit. And it's going to be a text, which is going to be 10. All right, so we want to limit to getting only 10 records back. And we're going to skip. This is how we're going to keep track of the pagination, okay? So out of the product list service, which handles all our variables there, the skip value, we're going to get it and we're going to pass it to string, okay? Because it's accepting a string. Now skip, remember, when it first starts, it starts with 0. Then once you reach the first 10 records, it goes to 10. Then it goes to 20. Then it goes to 30 and so on, okay? So that's what the skip value is going to be here so that it knows where from the pagination is supposed to get the records in. Now, I'm also going to comment something out here. We're not going to use it. But for future, we can actually even do a select statement with this service. And we could say title, price, and we can actually bring, let me uncomment it out. We can actually bring only the fields that we particularly care about instead of bringing the whole JSON response back, okay? I'm going to put it here, but I'm going to comment it out because we're going to bring all the records back, okay? That's what we want. So let's go down here. Let's do the await. So now we're going to do that HTTP GET. Now remember, for the authorization service, we did a post. But to retrieve these records here, the dummy JSON server, the API server, is expecting a GET call, not a post. So we're going to use the GET, okay? So we're going to do a GET. All right, we're going to pass the URL. Let's bring in the HTTP service so that we have the autocomplete. So let's import, and we're going to do the HTTP package, and we're going to do it just like in the authorization as HTTP, okay? And that error goes away. So we're going to pass the URL. Now this is also going to expect headers, and this is if different services will want to receive whatever their parameters are, their requirements are, is what we're going to pass. Now I'm going to pass the connection again. Again, this was not a requirement for this service, but I just like to keep alive the connection. And what it needs, one of the requirements that it needs is authorization. And it wants this word, B-E-A-R-E-R, okay, bearer. It's part of the requirement how you pass this. So you put bearer, and then you pass the authentication token. So in our case, it's going to be the auth token, right? Which the auth token we got here when we passed it into the method. And then we also have to specify the content type in the header. So content type. And this is going to be the same application JSON, and just like it was in the authorization header. And from here, I'm going to do then. We're not going to use the error because we're going to have multiple lines of code. And instead of value, what we're getting back is actually a response. So that's what I would like to call it. We're getting back a response, okay? All right. So let's do the first thing. We want to check if the response status code equals 200. So 200 means that it's a good response. Everything got validated, authentication token worked, and we got the products back. I did not spell that correctly. Response, there we go. Okay. So now, let me just make a note here, okay? We have 3 ways to parse the info, okay? We're going to use the default, which is going to use our models, and we're going to use the JSON to parse our JSON file that we retrieve back. We're going to use isolates, and we're going to do it 2 different ways with the isolates. One, we're going to via compute, which will spawn an isolate. And the third one, via isolate spawn, which will be manually through a message. I'm going to put message here. Okay. And ways. There we go. All right, so let's define the first one, the default way, right? So this is going to be using the product models to go ahead and parse our JSON that comes back. So when we look at the product list service, and when I said that is the product loaded, we're going to set this point true because we are loading now. We did receive data. We're going to make a final field here. It'll be we're going to parse the body response for the products list model. So I'm going to call this products list model, and we're going to call the products list model. There it is. From raw JSON, because we're getting back a raw JSON, and it is going to be from the response dot body. Okay, very good. So now we have access to the products list model. Now what we're going to do is the product list service. We're going to add products, and we're going to add the products list model dot products. Okay, so what's happening here? We created this field, products list model. The product list model from raw JSON, right? It's going to take the body, the response body, right? Which is JSON, and it's going to parse it for us, and we're going to get the products back, right? Which is a list of a product model. So it's going to be the list of all the products there. So then what we want to say is the product list service, the skip button. Now, we can do it two ways. We can just say plus equal 10. So what are we doing? We're doing that the product list service skip, whatever the number was from before, when it starts at 0, now it's going to say that the new one is going to be at 10, right? And then when you do another call that the user does another skipping, and it's going to go to 20, and then 30, and then 40, because we are returning back only 10 records at a time, because this is what we set the limit. We could have set to have 30 back. So if, let's say, we wanted to have 30 at a time records, we would be skipping 30 at a time to keep it correctly, okay? To count correctly. Next, we want to do the product list service. And we want to say that the product is the product loading. We want to say now false at this point because it's done. Okay, so we retrieve our product and we're done. Now, this is the most basic way of parsing. But I'd like to introduce you to a few other ones here. And let's just stub them out. And let's say number 2. We're going to do this via compute, okay? And what does this mean? This means that we're going to spawn an isolate. So the compute will do it for us. This is the most, I would say, the basic or easiest way to spawn an isolate, right? So what is an isolate? In Dart, we're looking at single threading, right? Flutter single threading. So when we spawn an isolate, we are able to spawn this isolate. It's going to have its own memory. It's going to run. It's going to process like some heavy processing procedure that you need to do. And when it's done, it's going to come back. But your computer program can continue running so that it does not stop the app from running when it's loading items. You don't see that jank or your app freezes, right? We don't want to see that. And that's why it's a good way to learn how to use the isolate. And the third way that we're going to do this is going to be via the isolate spawn. So what does this mean? That it manually spawns. My great spelling, manually. So manually spawn an isolate. Plus a message. Yeah, that's how it does it. So these are stubs, and what we want to do is create these, okay? But before we do that, I like to finish the else statements. So else if. So what happens if the response code, the status code, equals, let's say it's like not found, 404, right? Something went wrong. Something happened that we're not able to load the products, whatever that is. So let's do the product list service. Is the product loading? At this point, that's going to be absolutely false. And product list service, we want to add a product error, right? And we want to say that, hey, look, an error occurred here. Okay, so why don't we name something like maybe, let's see, failed to load products. And again, I like to go to the next line and then show always the message on the next line. And we're going to say, you know, this was a 404 not found error, right? So this handles if it's a 404 error. Now, what else if it's something else, right? We want to catch also if it's something else other than a 404. There could be many errors that could happen. So we're going to do the same thing. Product list service. Is the product loading? False. Right? Because there's nothing to load. We got an error. Product list service. We're going to add a product error. And what should we say here? Let's say the same thing, I guess. Failed to load products. And we're going to do the /n, \n. Let's just say this is an unknown error, right? We don't know what happened here. It could be anything. And again, these messages could be anything that we like to show. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. Also, one more thing that I would like to do in the response, then the response, right? This is where it ends. But also, why don't we catch another point in here? This is another place that you could catch an error. As you can see it on error, right? So why don't we also catch the error there just in case? Just in case we might have another error here. It's good to have different ways that you can catch the error. So it's going to give us back an error message, right? And also it's going to give us a stack trace. So you can kind of like look at exactly what happened there. Now, if you want to take a look at what happens, you could do a debug print, right? The stack trace. And let's do $stack trace, right? I'm not going to import the material right now. I'm going to comment this out, but if you wanted to see what the stack trace looks like, I'm going to leave this there and I'm just going to comment it out so that you can see it yourself and see what it looks like. So what do we want to do? The same thing as before. We want to say that the product list service is a product loading. Of course, it's false. And product list service, add the product error. And we're going to say maybe fail to load products, just like before. We're going to do \n, and then we're just going to give the error that came in, right? So it will display the actual error that happened. And one more thing that I like to do on else here. So if we look up here, this is the get products, right? So this is going to go get the products if all this happened. But I want to do it on this else here. Here we go. If the authentication token was not empty, we do this. But what happens if it wasn't empty? What should we do here, right? So this is what we're going to put here, the else. Otherwise, we have some kind of an issue, right? I'm not going to put it there. I got the wrong one. It's got to be right after this right here, okay? Let me bring it down. So this is where we're going to do the else. So else, we're going to set the product list service, add product error, and just say failed to load products. I'm not going to say anything more than that. Now, I could also put this here. Let's go ahead and just do this. Not really needed, but we can do that. I'll go ahead and put it there. It won't matter, but I'm going to put it there. Okay, very good. So now we got a pretty good base here. What we need to do now, if we want to create this isolate, we want to create an immutable class so that we can call these items. Okay. One other thing that I want to put here for the for the third, the Isolate.spawn. This is, hopefully this changes in the future, but I'm going to put a note here. With the current version, so currently, the current version does not support web. Okay. Hopefully this changes in the future, but the current version will not support web. So if you run this in the web with this, I just want to put the note here that says, hey, careful, because it will not work on the web. You're going to get some errors. Okay. So we want to do, the first thing we want to do now is we want to do the spawn as an isolate. And actually, you know what? I would like to finish. I was thinking, let's go test what we have now, but I think let's go ahead and do the isolates. Let's set this up. Okay. So what I want to do, I'm going to pass this class right here, right? We have the class product service. Let's just collapse it. So I'm going to do an immutable. Okay. And let's call this class, how about products, service, background message, for lack of a better word. Not Cupertino, but we're going to need, I'm going to import the material. Okay. So what do we need? This is going to be a message going to be sent. This is through the isolate spawn. So because it uses messages, okay? I'm just going to create it now instead of waiting for later. It's just a few fields. We're going to do a final. We're going to have a send port. There it is, send port. So send port. And I'll explain this as we write the code. We're going to have a string. This is going to be an encoded JSON. Let's just call it encoded JSON. Okay. And as we can see, it's looking for the constructor, right? Must be initialized. We need to initialize, right? So let's create a constant constructor here. So it's going to be products, background message. I always like to use the named, but using a curly brackets, okay? So what we need to do, both of these fields need to be entered here. And if we just say add final fields for parameters, it automatically does it for us, right? And I don't like that it does that, but I'm going to put the brackets back on here. And it's say, what's going on? Required. We need to require these, right? Required and required. Okay, very good. That's looking good. Let's format this a little bit so we can read it nicer. All right, very good. All right, let's close that. So we have now a product service background message class. And you'll see in a second as we write class, I'll explain what all this is going to do. So now what we want to do is we want to create a class that we can call the isolates. And we're going to either do the compute, we're going to do the compute and the isolate spawn manually. We're going to use the message here, the product service background. So let's create another class. And let's call this maybe products. Let's see, let's do it service background parser, okay? All right. Whoops. Oh, okay. Products, service, background, parser. Okay. All right, so let's just make some notes here. So this is going to be via compute, okay? So this is going to be background parser via compute. Going to spawn an isolate for us. And since this is computed in an async function, we're going to use a future. So it's got to return a future back. Because if I go back into this first class, when we call it, we want to return a future back here with the value. Okay? All righty. So we're going to return a future. And this future is going to be a products list model. So products list model. Products list model. Okay. And let's just call this parse via compute. And it's going to take a string. And let's call it encoded JSON. Okay. This is going to be an async method. Okay. Let's bring the product list model. Did I misspell it? Products list model looks good to me. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to return. We want to do an await. And we call the compute function here. Okay. And we're going to do the we're going to call a method. Let me just underscore. So it's going to be a private method that we're going to create here. And let's call it from raw JSON via compute. Okay. And we're going to create this. So it's going to take two parameters here and encoded JSON. Now let's create this method. All right. On here, we're going to set the products list model. This is what's going to return back. Okay. And we're going to call it from raw JSON via compute. It's going to take a string, which is going to be the body, the JSON body. Okay. And now from here, we're going to return a products list model. Oh, don't want it from there. Product list model. And we're going to say from raw JSON, it's going to be the body. Okay. All right. So let's see what we got. In this background parser, we're going to have a parse via compute method. And let me import I'm going to import the foundation. Oh, let me see here. Something is going on with my Android Studio. I think I misnamed something in the products list model. Let me go inside the products list model here. I did product list model instead of products. So let's refactor this. We want to add an S here. It should be products. Okay, refactor. Okay, very good. Okay, that came in. All righty. Now let's go ahead and import the foundation here. See if we get the help. Here we go. Foundation. All right, now we got everything in there. So let's just go through this again. So this is going to be parsing the body that we got back from the products list, and we're going to use it via compute, which spawns an isolate, right? So we're going to call this parse via compute method. It's going to pass the encoded JSON, which is the response body. It's going to return a future, which is going to be a products list model, a list of products. When it calls this, it calls the compute function, and it says from raw JSON via compute, right? It's going to come right here, which is a private method. It's passing out the encoded JSON, which was the body. It's going to call, and this could have been a very long processing method. This is going to parse the JSON. In this case, it's kind of fairly easy JSON to parse, but what if this was massive amount of parsing? Maybe we're parsing a particular image that is encoded in some way. This is where the isolates, the compute and Isolate.spawn really come in and champion. So I just wanted to show you guys how to do it in those different ways so that in the future, if you have something that is very, very heavy to compute, this is the way to do it. Isolates are a great way to do that so that your app does not have that janking, does not freeze in the middle of the user using it. Okay, so now let's go back to the product service, and we're going to finish calling the second, the via compute. Go find it. Here we go. So let's do this first. All right. So what we want to do is we want to do the we want to call the products background parser. There it is, products background parser, and we're going to parse via compute. Okay, and it's going to pass the response body, the JSON that we just received back. Then, and let's just call this product list instead of value. Products with an S, list. Yeah, let's get rid of the fat arrow. Close it. Okay. So we want to say now here, product list service, add products. And we're going to do the products list products. Okay. So now we're telling the product list service, hey, we have new records to be added, right? So the product list service does the add products. It puts it into the stream. You can see the product list being returned here, right? What is it? Products? A list of product model, right? So it's a list of products. So now we want to do the product list service. We want to do the skip again, right? We're going to say plus equals 10 so that we keep adding to it. Then the product list service, is the product loading? No, it's false. Okay. Okay. So we declare it here true. I guess I could put it up here too, right? The product is loading true. I'm going to put it there, here. Okay, so this is the second way of doing that. And remember, I'm going to comment these out because you only want to run one of these at a time. You don't want to run all three because it means you're parsing the data 3 times. And then the skip is going to keep adding and you're going to have a serious error. You're not going to be able to retrieve correctly. You're going to have multiple records, multiple additions, more than you wanted to. Instead of 10 records coming in, you're going to have 30. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to work on the third way, Isolate.spawn, okay? So let's go back into our product service background parser. I think I need a little bit more coffee. All righty. So these was the background parsers via compute. So now let's make a note here. This is going to be a background parser via isolate. And I should really say spawn. Okay. Okay. So we're going to parse now via isolate, and we're going to do basically just about almost the same as we did above, but a little differently here because we're going to also have messages. We're going to spawn the isolates manually. So this method is also going to have a future. So we're going to return a future, and it's going to be the products list model. Okay, just like we did here, right? Model. There we go. Okay, so let's call this maybe parse via isolate. And it's going to take a string, which is going to be the encoded JSON. Okay, which is going to be that response body that we're getting back. This is also an async. Okay. Alrighty. So now the way it works, we have a receive port that we need to work with. Okay. And let me just come up here on the product service background messages. Now we're going to use this class here with parsing via Isolate.spawn. Okay. The way it works is through background messages. You're going to have a send port that we're going to use to send these messages. Basically, it's sending messages, okay? So let's start writing it out, and I'll start explaining how it works. Let's do a first variable. It's going to be a final variable. It's going to be a receive port. And there it is from Dart Isolate, okay? Yeah, we'll call it receive port. Let's initialize it, receive port. Perfect. Okay, and right now it's complaining because we're not returning any values, okay? Okay, now let's set the product service background message. So the products background message, there we go. That's a mouthful, huh? I personally like using very descriptive names. We could have called this just message, but I like to be very descriptive. So it tends to have a little bit of longer names than it should. Equal. And I'm going to say this is the product. So this background message, as you can see, we're going to have, let's format this a little bit so that it's more readable. Actually, I'm going to leave it like this. Okay. For the send port, you need to do a receive port, send port. Okay. So that's our send port. And for the encoded JSON, it's the encoded JSON. Okay. Now, let's just go ahead and format it a little bit nicer so we can read it better. There we go. And here we go. Okay. So that's looking good. Now, I also want to make a note here. And actually, before I do that, what we're going to do, we're going to return, we're going to wait the receive port first, which is basically going to be the results, the first results. That's what you use first. Okay, I want to make a note here though. Okay, so note. We can also send arguments. We can pass them through like a list of dynamic parameters, okay? So I'm going to make also another example of doing it in that manner. I'm just going to make some note here, and then we'll create the methods. So I'm going to say arguments could also be passed, as a list of dynamic parameters. And I'll show an example on how that would be used. Await, isolate, I'm going to spawn, no code completion, doesn't make it as easy. So we're going to have that from raw JSON via isolate, first parameter. And then here's how this is how you would send the arguments as a list of dynamic parameters here. So you would say receive port, send port, right? Same here, right? See how we're doing it here? The send port. Instead, you're just an array. Encoded JSON. Need to close. Okay. So instead of calling the background message like this, we could actually do this. And it would be a list of dynamic parameters here, right? As you can see that. It's an array with two different values. I prefer this way better. I like it like this because it's a class. It's you can see exactly which fields you're passing. They're defined by you, the developer, and you know exactly what's going to happen. So now, what we want to do, a from raw. We need to create. Now that we sent the let's see, we got products message. Now we need to do one more thing here. I made a note here. We need to do an await. We need to spawn the isolate, right? So we're going to do an await. We're going to do isolate spawn. There it is. And you can see here what we're passing, right? So we're going to pass first the the from raw JSON right there. From raw JSON via isolate. Now, I have not created this method yet. We're going to create it next, okay? It's kind of the same way that we did the parser via compute. I named it, and then I created the method afterwards. So we're going to create this method over here, okay? To do right here. All right. And then we are going to pass the product service background message right here. Close it up. Okay. Oop, this says spawn URI. Should be just spawn. Here we go. That's always giving us that third argument, which we don't want to pass. It's only 2. So let's create the method now. Okay. So this is going to be a void because we are talking the ports, send ports, we're talking through messages. So this private from raw JSON via isolate is going to pass messages back to the receive port so that we don't have to worry about returning like a future like we did here, right? Because the isolate spawn here is going to talk through messages. So let's go ahead and create it. From raw JSON via isolate. Very creative naming, huh? So this is going to be the product service background message. There we go. And of course, it's going to be an async. All right, now let's create this method. So first thing we need to declare is a send port. So this is going to be our send port, and we're going to initiate it at the product service background message send port. Easy as that. So the product service background message that is being passed, right? It's giving us the send port. So now we have a connection. Now let's declare a string here, which is going to be the encoded JSON. Encoded JSON. And it's going to come from the product service background message. Products. There we go. Right? And it's going to be what? The encoded JSON that we passed. This is the beauty of classes. All right. Now next, we want to mark this as a final result. We're going to get a result back. How are we going to get this result back? We're going to use the product list model, right? Product list model. Whoop. Product list model from raw JSON, and we're going to pass the encoded JSON. There we go. And now here comes the great part. This is how we send items back. You do the isolate. You say exit, or exiting. And what are we sending back through the message? We're doing a send port, right? We're sending back the send port. And the result, right? The result. The result here is basically the list of products that we retrieve back. And this is how you spawn an isolate. So, excuse me, when you spawn the isolate, we're calling this private method. It's talking through messages. It does the JSON encoding. And this could have been, again, a very long process, very complex process. Could have been encoding, decoding images too, not just JSON. And then once it's done, it will send it back, and it would send the result back. And this will spawn this isolate so that it runs without blocking the application while it's running. Now, what I like to do, and I'm going to comment this parts out. Remember up here, we said that we could send it. Let's see if I can find it right here. Where did we put it? Then we can also spawn these elements through arguments, right? They can be a list of dynamic. Well, I commented out the actual call, right? But let's go ahead and create the method here that you would actually call. So I will comment it out afterwards, but let's put a note. So the parameters right? Parameters could also receive arguments as a list of dynamic parameters. I just wanted to show you how it's done. All right, so this would actually return a future. So this would be a future void, because we're actually not going to give anything back here. And this would have been from raw JSON via isolate. And would it be a list, right, of dynamic parameters? Parameters. There we go. Little spelling. I probably should call this from raw JSON isolate, maybe dynamic or something like that. I'll leave it like that for now, because it's going to complain, but we're going to, oh yes, I do need the async, which I forgot. Actually, we do not need an async here. Let me remove that. Okay, so let's spell it out. What would happen here? So we're going to have a send port, same thing, right? Send port. And it would equal parameters. Since it's an array, it's in the array position 0. So that would be the first parameter. And the encoded JSON, which is the second parameter, right? Encoded JSON would be parameters 1, which would be the second record in the list, right? And okay, then we would have final result. It's the same thing before. It's just wanted to show you how to get these arguments and parameters a different way too. The products list model. And we do from raw JSON because we want to process it, and will be the encoded JSON, right? Encoded JSON. And then we'll do the Isolate.spawn, exit, because we're returning. We return back the send port and the result. Encoded JSON. This should be from raw JSON. There we go. Let's just go dynamic. Okay. So isolate, and I'm going to say dynamic, so that we don't have a name conflict. Okay. So now that you know that you can also pass them through an array of list of dynamic. I do not personally like to do it, but I would like to show, I wanted to show you how it could be done. So I'm going to leave those commented out. Okay. Actually, I'm going to comment it out this way. 1 second. Okay. There we go. That way it's a little bit more readable. So now that we created ISON-spawn methods to call, let's go ahead and actually call them. So this will be the third way of doing things, right? All right, and just remember again, this is not going to be supported on the web for now. Hopefully in the future it would be. So we're going to do the parser, right? The product service background parser. And we're going to parse via isolate. We're passing the response body. We're going to do a then. All right, close it up. Instead of value, this is going to be the products list. I just like to be more descriptive. So I'm going to say product list service, add products, and it's going to be the products list, products, just like before. Okay. And product list service, skip, plus equal 10. That means it's going to add 10 to the current number. And then product list service is the product loading. Now it's done. So now it's going to be false. I'm going to do the same thing here. Actually, I think I'm going to do this once instead of having it so many places. Let's do this like this. I'm going to move this out. I'm going to put it up here, make it a little bit easier. Okay, so that what you would do if you wanted to test the spawn, you just comment these out, right? Oops. If I remember, I think this is the shortcut. Maybe a little bit better readable. Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to leave it like this for now. I want to make sure that we know it. So that's how you would test each one. And then if you run it, it would use and spawn the isolate. If you wanted to use via compute, you would then uncomment this, right? I'm going to leave the default way of doing this for now. Okay, so this is pretty good. We've done quite a bit of work in the yeah. Let's remove this. We don't use that. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, it needs it. Let me just. It's our foundation. Could use material instead. I'm going to do material. Oh, not material. I mean, do what I did. There we go. Okay. I think I want to save this and upload it to. But let me just comment out the foundation because this is what I wanted to do. There we go. Just using the material. Is that giving us an error here? Compute, which needs the foundation. Yeah. What I like to do is just remove the material here. Okay, that's looking good. Little tick for that there. All right, so I like to, let me save this and let's go ahead and upload it to GitHub. Let's commit. So basically here we created the product list service, which parses the products JSON via default, isolate compute, and isolate spawn. All right. And let's see, the product list model. Oh, we renamed it. That's right. Also renamed the class product list model to products list model. Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and commit. Oops. We're going to push. I usually do commit and push, but I just happened to select commit by mistake there. That means you have to do two steps, commit and then push. That's why I like to do commit and push first. So push one commit, perfect. So that's looking good. Let's bring out the projects. We're going to close the product service here. All right. So next, what we should work on now is actually finishing the home screen. But there are a few other things that we also like to do. We have to create some helpers first. We're going to have a list that we can choose from the list view that we're going to create. It's going to be a card, a list view template 1, a list view template 2. We're going to create a bunch of widgets, which is going to be products list view, the product list view item 1, the product list view item 2 template, and the products list view item card. And then we're also going to create a star rating widget, which is going to plot the star rating from the products that come back. It's time now to work on our homepage. And what I like to do is work a little bit on the actual app bar to show the product selected. Also to be able to have a drop-down menu to show what products are, what templates being used, like the card, the ListView template 1 and ListView template 2. So let's just take a look at the video real quick. So this is what our final product is going to look like, as you've seen before. It's going to load them up. Here's different images. They're all bringing in, being faded in. And here's the drop-down menu that we're going to be working on next. So that you can choose the different templates. And also the products where it says 20, 30. We're going to make that for the title. It's going to be dynamic so that it refreshes only that widget up there, the products 40, the title refreshes when that number changes. So that's what we're working on. These will be the action buttons, the refresh button. If you click on it, you can also get the next 10 records. So why don't we work on that first? Okay, let's go back up here a little bit. Let me just collapse the body. Here's the app bar. So we have a few things. In the app bar right now, we just say products, right? And if we look at this, it's going to say products 40, the number of products available. And we're not going to use set state anywhere in this app. So how do we accomplish that when the products number changes, when we retrieve the next 10, that only this products widget here changes the title and doesn't redraw the rest of the screen? Well, the StreamBuilder is perfect for that. So that's what we're going to use. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to, on the title, I'm just going to cut this out. Let's put the StreamBuilder, right? So it's going to be a StreamBuilder. I'm going to put the initial data. Let's just count as an empty array here. And the stream, we already have it. It's our product list service. That's why we put everything inside there so that we can access everything from one file. And we're going to get the product list array, right? And there it is, a list of product model. So this is going to be a list of all our products that we're going to receive. The StreamBuilder is going to look at the stream. Every time the stream changes, the new records are added in. It's going to redraw just the title in the app bar. So we need a builder. And let's do the build context. And it's going to be an async snapshot. It looks like my autocomplete is gone again. There we go. Opening curly braces. So now here in the builder, it's going to expect that we return a widget. You got to return a widget. So what do we want to do first? First, we want to do an if statement. So what do we want to check? We want to say if the snapshot has the data and the snapshot connection state, where's the connection state, equals connection state active, connection state, we want to do active, right? So it's active, data is definitely coming in. So in this if statement, let's declare this final variable, final, which is going to be the products list. It's going to be equal the snapshot data as a list of product model. Okay. So why are we doing this? And list lowercase I. If we do this, then we'll be able to use the dot notations to get our different fields, right? So you'll see, and here's how we can tell return. text, right? This is the text widget. We're going to return products. And we're going to return what? The products list, right? We're going to return the length. How many records are in here, right? That's what we want to return. And if we look at the video, so what we're saying, the text widget is going to return products, and the number of records that came back, which is the list length. They'll tell you how many records are coming back. Now, but what happens is something else? We have nothing, right? We have no records. We're just going to return, and this is going to be a constant text widget because it's constant. It's not going to change, and it'll be performant products. So all we would do on the top, it would say products. It wouldn't say :.40, right? So that would be a very clean way of doing this. Now, one other thing that I also like to do is I like to say that center title is going to be false. Now, why am I doing this? In iOS, the title is going to be centered by default. So imagine this. We have icons on the right here under our actions, and then the title is going to be centered. It's going to look like a mess. It's going to go over each other. So I want to make sure that in this case, the title is always left aligned. And that's why I'm doing this center title equals false. Now what I'm going to do is let's create these action buttons here. We're going to have an action button here to get the products, which is the refresh button, the little curved arrow. And then we're going to have a drop-down menu that every time you click on the drop-down menu, it refreshes the list, the template, but also the drop-down menu has to basically remember what selection you're selecting, right? And usually that's done by a set state, and we're not going to do any set states. So what are we going to use for this? And we're going to use a ValueListenableBuilder. And I have other videos that you can watch on how to do state management with ValueListenableBuilders, okay? And let's go ahead and just add them here, and I'll go through them a little bit. And what we want to do here is let's create, first of all, let's go ahead and create actually the ValueListenableBuilder field, okay? Let's go back up here. All right, where our ScrollController is. So what we want to do, what we want to declare here is a ValueNotifier. ValueNotifier, there it is. Okay. And what kind of a type is it going to be? It's going to be a selected list type. I'm going to call this selected listed type. Okay. And we're going to initialize it as a ValueNotifier as a selected list type. Initialize it by a selected list type. And it's going to be of card. As you can see, we have a bunch of errors. What we want to do is we want to create a helper class to an enum, really, that it's going to have the list of the card, the list 1 and list 2. So let's create some helpers. Under the lib, new, Dart. So we're going to create a folder called helpers. Helper slash. And let's call this app helpers. How's that? And it's going to be an enum. Let's call it selected list type. And it's going to be a value of card, list 1, list 2. Okay. That's really it. That's it for the app helper. Come back into here and let's import it. It's not finding it. So let's go ahead and I import it manually myself. Import. and it's not doing it for us. Let me make sure I did not misspell it. I did. List type. How those little capitals can get you. Okay, import the library. And since we're doing this packages, I'm going to stay the same. As long as you do them all the same, we're good. That misspelling will always get you. Okay. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and finish setting this up, right? The ValueListenableBuilder. And let's go ahead and do that. Let's scroll down under center title, right? Now we're going to add some action buttons. The action buttons go on the right side of the app bar, right here on the right side, okay? So actions. First one is going to be the icon button, which is the refresh button. Okay. On press, we're going to say get products. Icon, going to be a constant because it's not going to change. Be performant. Going to be icons, refresh, refresh, outlined. I'll just do refresh. Okay. And then I'm going to do a comma because we're going to have a few more icons. So we're going to have we want to put a space in between here. So we just created this. And unfortunately, the help is there. We just created the refresh icon. We want to put a little bit of space, and then we want to do the drop-down menu. Okay. So we want to do a little space in between this row here. So we do a font-sized box. And let's do the width. Let's do 4 pixels. All right, that's nice. And now we're going to use the ValueListenableBuilder, because what we need to do is, first of all, do is a drop-down button, right? So we would do a drop down button, right? With these items. And but we want this button to refresh what our set state. So what we want to do is wrap it into a ValueListenableBuilder. So I'm going to just remove this. So let's do the value listenable. There it is, right? ValueListenableBuilder. All right, let's format this. All right. Very good. So ValueListenableBuilder. So what is the ValueListenable variable that we're listening to? That's the one that we just created, the selected list type, right? There we go. So it's going to listen to that. Every time that selected list type changes, card, list 1, list 2, list 3, right? Every time we change that, ValueListenableBuilder is going to reveal only this widget here, not the refresh, not the title, but only the drop-down button, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. And we have the builder, so let's create the builder. All right, so we have the build context as usual. And we want the selected list type. We'll call this as the value selected, right? And the optional widget, which will be the child. Wouldn't it be nice if we had autocomplete there? It'd be wonderful. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So what do we want to return here? Really, we want to return the drop-down button, right? So we're just going to say return drop-down button. Okay. So let's format this again. The items. Okay. So for our drop-down button, we got items unchanged. And we also have the value selected, right? So let's add that. First is the value. What is the value that is selected? So we're going to say selected list type, right? That's the num. And what was the value that was selected? We want to do it by the name, right? When you do by name, let me bring it up. So it's saying, which value did it select here? card, list, or one. So when you say the value and that name, the name is going to get this, either the card, the list, or the list too. That name. And we're going to do this to lowercase because the values are all lowercase in our app helper. See, they're all lowercase. But in the drop-down button, we want to show them capitalized so that it looks nice. And that's why we're doing that. The only reason. Okay. Also, what I like to do is, I don't like when you select the drop-down that it has a focus color and it ruins the aesthetics. So I always like to do the focus color to transparent. So I'm going to do colors transparent. Okay. And the other is I also want to style this. I want to style. I'm going to use the text style. And I like the color. We're going to pick the theme of, again, it's a inherited widget. And it's going to be the primary color light. Okay. One of the reasons why I'm doing this, when we're doing the mode, let me go to the main, the theme mode, and we picked it on system, it's going to be the dark or light. One of the problems that is currently happening with the drop-down button, it does not do that well at all. So we have to do a little bit of helpers there. When you do the drop-down in light mode, in here in dark mode, you can see the values just fine when the drop-down comes down. But in light mode, you can barely see the values because it'll be like a light blue on the list, which is no good. It'll be like a very light blue. So this is why I do the styling that we set up in our themes to make it look better. There is a support ticket. There's a GitHub issue already open for this issue. It looks like they're working on it. We'll see what happens. Now, the other item we're also going to change here is the drop-down color. So we're going to do the theme of, and it'll say choose the background color. Okay, very good. Now, for unchanged, let me just do this for now. Okay, we'll get there in a second. I'm sorry. Well, let me just leave it because we'll get there in a second. Okay, let's work on the items. Okay, these are going to be the items that are going to be on the drop-down, right? So this is going to be an array. And since this is a drop-down button, we're going to have drop-down menu items. So drop-down menu item. Oops, here we go, child. Format this a little bit. Now, I like to do the value first here. So what is the value of this? So when this particular drop-down menu item is picked, the value is going to be card. For the child, normally it would be just a text widget that says card. But I like to put a little icon in front of that. So how would you accomplish that? It's actually pretty straightforward. What we can do is we can use a row widget, the children, and this is going to be a constant because they're not going to change. So the children are going to be an icon. It'll be icons, and let's see here, view. I think the agenda is a good one. Let me see if we can find it. The view agenda. Yeah, I like that one. View agenda outlined. The size box. The width equals 4. And then the text widget, which just says card. Okay. So you have a row of the icon, a space, and the text widget. As you can see, you have the icon of the agenda, a little space, 4 pixels, and then the word card. Excellent. Now let's do the other two because we have list 1 and list 2, right? So let's do the next one. Okay, just for time's sake, I'm just going to copy and paste. Oh yeah, copy and paste. That's a good way to mess things up, isn't it? But let's just go ahead and do it. Why not? Let's live on the edge. On this, it's going to be, I like the view day. There it is, view day outlined. You can see that. We'll use that. Same thing with 4, but the value for the text is going to be list 1. Very good. And let's create the third button. Value is going to be list 2. Text is list 2. And here we're going to do the view is going to be a list outlined. List. There it is, outlined. Okay. Excellent. So now we created that drop-down menu. Now let's handle unchanged. Okay. So on the change, this is going to give us the selected value. Selected value. Okay. So let's check. Let's do an if statement. Is the selected value does not equal the selected list type, value name, to lowercase. Why are we doing this? Okay. We're doing this for one reason. If let's say we go in here and we click on card, right? Let's click on card. It was already selected list 1, let's say, and you click on there on the drop-down menu and reselect list 1 again. At that pace, at that point, we really don't care about doing anything, right? I mean, if it's not equal to it, then we want to do something. But if it's equal to it, we really don't care. So this is what we're doing. We're just checking to see if we're selecting the same values before. If we're not selecting the same value, what should we do? Okay, so now we should filter our elements. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do the selected list type, the value. This value is going to be what? The selected list type, values, and we're going to do a first where. So what are we doing here? We're going to the enum. We're saying here's the selected list type, okay? So we're doing a query, really. And first where means give me the first element that matches our value, okay? So what is going to be the first value? Let's just bring this to the second line, okay? Okay, so it's going to be the element name, element.name is going to equal the selected value to string, and to lowercase. So this is the query. We want to query whatever the new selected. If this changed, we're changing the selected value type. Okay. What is this for? Why are we even doing this? For this right here. The drop down, right? The value. If that value did change from list 1 to list 2, then we want that value to select that value for that to be different. If it was card and now it's list 1, that value is going to be list 1. But if it was card and then we didn't change it to list view 1, there's nothing for us to change there because it remained on card. So we only want to change that value of that property if the value changed. That's really the only reason why we're doing this. And we're reselecting what that value is. And we're just doing a query on the enum. That's it. Once we do that, we want to take that product list service again, right? We want to refresh the current list of products. So what is this really doing? We're not fetching new records. We're just choosing a different layout template. So if we're not fetching new records, we don't want to redraw any screens. We don't want to redraw anything that doesn't need to. So in order to change the template. We're calling it product list service. And let's go ahead and go look at it. Refresh current list product. All right. All it's doing is just so that the StreamBuilder here, the StreamController, the StreamBuilder is listening to this. All we're saying is just add the current product list to it. By adding the same product list to what is current there, we're not adding anything. It's just telling the StreamBuilder here in the body, right here, to change so that it changes to the new template that we changed, okay, that we selected. That's really all that we're doing there. Let's see, I see an error here, the drop down. I think I am missing something there. Yep. We'll get there in a second. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix this. We need to close it up. There we go. That's looking much better. Okay. So we have now created a drop-down. It rebuilds only when it needs to by using the ValueListenableBuilder. We have the drop-down button. Now, there's something also that I don't like about drop-down buttons, and let's just run it. Take a few seconds here. I'm going to show you what I like to use to change the look and feel. The drop-down button always has an underline in it, but it really doesn't fit what we're trying to do, right? Let me just bring this up while this is building. Oh, it's already installing. Okay, let's bring up the emulator. Okay. So we don't have any errors. Syncing. Get a little bit of error. Okay, we will fix that, the overflow. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix that. Let me just press the emulator here, and let's take a look and see what we got. So let's see what's causing that render flex overflow. To uppercase, it should be to lowercase. Let's just rerun this. Bring up the emulator. Just make sure it's all working. I did to uppercase instead of to lowercase. One of those quickie mistakes that can happen very easily. But you know, this is real life programming, this is debugging, this is how it happens in the real world. Nothing works perfectly. All right, let's load it up. Syncing files, there we go. All right, there's our drop-down menu. And it remembers the value. Now, you see how it has that underline? I never did like that underline. So there's a few ways to do it. I usually do it by inserting another widget. And it's called a, hold on, let's spell it, drop down button, a drop down button hide underline widget. If you do that, just hit save, it goes away, it looks much nicer, it's all aligned. We got the button here. Okay, it's all working. So every time you select this, only this widget is being redrawn. Then with this, when we actually do the products, to get the products list, only this widget will redraw. When we get new records, only this widget will redraw the appropriate. When we change different values, it's just going to redraw the different template, this particular widget. The other ones will not redraw. So it's very, very performant. Okay, I think we did quite a bit here. And what we'll need to do next is literally start working on the body. Let me just collapse some of these items so we can see better. We really need to start adding the list view here. And let me just stop this. Let's just hide the emulator. What we need to do is start creating widgets. We're going to start creating here the products list view, and then the products list view item template number 1, item template number 2, the item card, and then we also need to create the star rating. Okay, so I think that it's time for us to do that next. Now, before we go any further, let's go ahead and update our GitHub. Let's go ahead and commit our changes. Okay, so we added the app helpers, helpers enum. Added to the home page the title to hold products received, right? Let's open that up via StreamBuilder and added refresh records icon, I should say icon button, and you can see the ValueListenableBuilder, and open that up, and the drop down button with the ValueListenableBuilder. If I spell that, the I, there we go, ListenableBuilder, to choose the 3 different templates. Okay, that looks good. Let's commit and push. Yes, the to-dos, we're aware of that. Commit anyway. And we're going to push. So we have a nice backup. Okay, one push committed. Perfect. Okay. Let's collapse the app bar. We're going to work on let's work on the body here. So we have left it here that our to-do is to return the products list, right? So really what belongs there is really the list view, right? The products list view, where it's going to have the ability to switch between the 3 different templates. So we're going to work on this now. We're going to work on creating this list view to be able to handle the 3 different templates. So we'll create the list view, and we'll create the 3 list view templates: the card, the item 1, and the item 2 template. Okay, so once we choose it, we'll be able to choose a different template, and to be able to handle all the multiple images, fitting in the images. There'll be different ways that we can load images. There's quite a bit to cover here. So what we should do is actually go ahead and create some widgets here. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create the product list view, which is going to be the list view. We'll use a list view builders, and we'll have different ways to use it. And we'll take a look at different ways on which way is the most performant, okay? So let's go ahead and right-click on Widgets, Dart file. So let's create first the list view. So it's going to be Products List View. Perfect. Okay. Let's create a class. And this is going to be called Products List View. And it's going to extend a stateless widget. Now I can do this, right? Or I could say stateless, right? Creates all that for us, much better. Products list view. Perfect. We'll need to import the material. All right. And the errors go away. So what do we need here? Let's create some fields. What we want to be able to pass to here is 3 different items: the products list, the ScrollController, and the selected list type. You know, which type did we select? Was it the card, the list 1, or the list 2? So let's create some final variables here. It's going to be a list of product model list. Let's take one of those. Here we go. Product model. So we'll call it products list. And let's import it. Final. The ScrollController. And the selected list type. Selected list type. Now, of course, the constructor says, hey, where are my fields, right? We need to add those. Okay. And as usual, it just messes it up. Somehow, there's some kind of a bug that is going on here. So let's just do a comma. And it should work now. There we go. So let's format. Required. And here we go. Perfect. That's looking really good. Okay. So now let's build our list view. So there's different ways to do this. The default way is really to use a ListView builder because it works really well. It's very performant. There's also the ListView separated that we can use. As you can see here, the card view is like that. Let's see if we can do this. Is ListView separated. You can see the separation bar. This one also has a separation bar. You can see the spinners as it's bringing in the images, right? See if I can catch it while it's fading. And you catch those items they're fading. So we're going to have all these different techniques that we'll use. So I like to actually start with a custom scroll view because it's going to be the best performance for what we're going to do. But as we build this list view, I will show you all the 3 different ways of doing this, and we'll be able to see the performance on it. Because believe it or not, using ListView Builder with some scenarios, it causes the ListView Builder to rebuild all the items. So let's say you already had 100 items that it built. Instead of only rebuilding what's on the screen, which would be 4 or 5 items, it actually go in and rebuild all 100, which is no good. And I'll show you those different cases. So let's do it the best performant way first, and then we'll see the other way. Okay, let's get rid of this container. Let's do a custom scroll view. I also personally love slivers, and I guess that's also another excuse to use it. But it is performant for what we're about to do. So the controller is going to be the ScrollController that is being passed in. And physics, I like to overwrite the physics. And let's do this as a constant. And this is going to be an always scrollable physics. Why am I doing this? Because what I like to do is in iOS, this is always scrollable, right? It bounces. It's got the little bouncy effect, which I really do like. In Android, it's got the little wave that comes at the bottom. But what if we only bring in 1 product, 2 products? I want it to be able to always scrollable so that we might be able to retrieve more products if we don't have at least 1 or 2 or 3 different products already listed on the screen, so that we can scroll and pass the ScrollController offset to say, hey, retrieve more records, right? Other than using the refresh button. So I'm just going to leave it at that. You don't have to use it. I like to use it, though. Let's do some slivers. All right, so it's going to be an array. First, what we want to do is just, if you can see let's back it up here a little bit. See at the top? We want to use the little Flutter dash icon to put it there on the top. I think it's a nice little addition. So when you use slivers, you can use a SliverToBoxAdapter, which is for a single widget. And let's go ahead and do that. So we will do the, it's going to be a constant because it will not change. It's not going to be dynamic. SliverToBoxAdapter. Going to have one child. It's going to be an icon. It's going to be icons. Flutter dash. There he is. And I like to make this bigger, so let's just do size 48. 48 pixels, okay? All right. And now let's do a SliverList. SliverList is going to work really good for what we're trying to do. And it does use a delegate. So we'll create this delegate here. All right. Too bad it doesn't fill out the delegate for you. You have to do this kind of manually, you know. Let's delete that. Okay. So we're going to have to use a SliverChildBuilder delegate. So we're going to do SliverChildBuilderDelegate. There it is. And it's going to take a build context and an integer, which is going to be the index. What the index and what rows are we in, right? Because it's going to bring in the records, and the index is going to tell us what row we are going to be in. So now I like to use a switch here. So let's do a switch. And we want to look at the selected list type, right? What did we select? Which template did we select? The card, the ListView item, the ListView item 2, right? So we're going to look at that. If the selected type, so let's do a case. If the selected list type is card, it's only showing list, let's just say card, right? Let's say it's card. So what I like to do is I like to return, and we'll have to create this, okay? This widget. Let's create a products list view item card, lowercase I. And we're going to pass 2 items, the product model, which is going to be the product list, and the index. So let's go ahead and do that. Product model, and we've got to create this widget, so it's going to give us errors for now. So it's going to be products list, and then we want to pass an index to it, which is going to be index. Okay. It's going to give us errors, but we will take care of it. And then case, second case, what if selected list type is list 1, right? So we're going to return what? A products list view item 1, right? And we're going to pass the same thing. Let's just copy and paste so that we don't have to just type this, because it's going to be the exact same parameters. And then case number 3, selected list type is 2. We're going to return a widget, which we'll create. Products list view item 2. And we're going to pass the same parameters. Okay, that's looking good. We'll have to create those. So that's good for the switch. And then we have one more item here that we want to have. Let me bring it here. Bring down. So we want the child count, right? Which is going to be the products list length, the number of items in our list. And that should do it. That's really our list view. Now, later, what I'll do here, instead of returning a custom scroll view, we'll do one of our usual stubs to do. Let's create with a list view builder and list view separated to test performance. Okay, so we'll leave that as our to-do. Now, why don't we go ahead and start creating these items now? Okay, let's go ahead and probably Let's create the product list view item card. So we'll go back here to widgets. Oh, one other thing I noticed here, we're going to have a bunch of these for products. Let me create, I forgot to put the folder there. So let's create a directory. Let's call that directory product. Okay. And let's move the product list view inside the subdirectory product. Yes, we do want to move it. Perfect. Okay. All right. So that's good. So now on the product, let's create the new. We're going to create the product list view item card. Okay. Long name. So products list view item card. All right. And this is going to be another stateless widget, right? So let's use, and let's call it products list view item card. Perfect. And we're going to have two fields that we're going to bring in here, right? Which, if we look here, which are they? The product model and the index, right? As this SliverList delegate is scrolling through the index, we're going to pass each item and we're going to build the card from there. Okay. So these, of course, stateless. So it's going to be a final. And it's going to be the list of product model. And let's just call it product model. Okay. And the int will be the index. And let's import the product model. And let's do the comma here. And let's let this add the final fields for us. And it messes up. It's very interesting how it just sometimes works, sometimes just messes up. Let's see if this time it works. Nope, not going to do it. So we're going to have to do this manually. And that's fine. We'll do it manually. Why not? Right, we can do that. Required product model. I'm sorry, this product model required this index. Perfect. That's looking good. All right. Yes, we need to not Cupertino, the material widget. Okay, now all our errors go away. So now it's time to actually build our card widget, right? So it's not going to be a container since it's going to be a card widget. Let's go look at our template. It's a card, right? So that's why I want to return a card. All right. So with the card, let's add a margin to this. All right, we want a margin around here. On a margin, because we don't want it to go all the way to the end. Not on this one. So for the margin, it's going to be, of course, a constant. It's the edge inset. Let's see if I can spell it right? Edge insets. And it's going to be all, and we're going to do just 8 pixels. Okay. I like to do an elevation of 8 so that it shows a nice little shadow. The clip behavior, and I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. The clip anti-alias here. Bring this up here. If we don't do this clip behavior, you see when we make these rounded corners bigger, which we're about to make, the images would actually go outside of the corners and show as a square. And we don't want that. That's why we're going to do the clip behavior. And let's do the shape. And we want to do the rounded rectangle border. There it is. And let's do a border radius. It's going to be a border radius. We want a circular of 16. Now you can play with the number, and I kind of did that because I wanted to make it a little bit more rounder. 8, if you do lower number, it will not be as defined. It'll be less of a curve. I think it looks nice like that, so we'll leave it at that. Alrighty. So now we have the card. And what we want to do now, we did the shape, we need a child, right? And this, in the child, is where all this items are going to come in. We're going to lay this out, and you can lay this out any way that you like. This is just what I happen to lay it out as. So we're going to lay that out. So what are we going to put here for the child? Because it's going to be vertical, we're going to lay them out vertically, right? We're going to go from top to bottom as a column. Inside the column, we're going to do different items that we need to. And we'll use even rows and columns inside rows to accomplish some of these things. I'm going to use also ListTile for this portion because I think it does a great job. And I just did it so that we can see different ways to do things. Okay. So let's start first. Let's do a column. All right. And in this column, we're just going to do children. Not going to worry about any alignments at this point. Now, what are we going to build first? So what we need to build first is obviously the rounded corners here, right? Perhaps I should probably put it here so we can always see it. Let me just do this. Let's move this over. Ta-da. Okay, that's better. That way we can see what we're doing. So what are we doing here? The first item in the column is going to be the images, right? And it's not just one image that we bring in. We could just bring in the thumbnail, right? Let's look at the product model. So what is it bringing in? It's going to bring in an ID, a title, a description, price, discounted percentage, 13, the ratings, right? Which will create a star rating. How much is in stock, the brand, the category, the thumbnail, and the images. I decided not to do just the one thumbnail here. I decided to do the images because I wanted to show a little bit more complex, okay? So, knowing this, one of the items that I use, a little trick that I use when I bring in the different images, I use the aspect ratio. Without it, the images are going to be much bigger. And I wanted this to be able to resize. And this is not in a web browser, but in a web browser, this will resize to the full width. And when that happens, if you don't use the aspect ratio, the top images are going to be very, very high, very large, the height. So I wanted to restrict that aspect ratio. And this is why we're going to use the aspect ratio first. So let's go ahead and do that, right? The aspect ratio. There we go. Let's format this. All right. So in this, you can play around. I'm going to use 4. This could be better. Sometimes it might look better on 2 and 3. This is something that you would just play with and see what looks the best. Now, the aspect ratio also has a child. And in this child, I'm going to use a size box because I do not want the images higher in here more than 120 pixels. That's what I'm going to do. I could do 140, 100, and 200. I can make it bigger and smaller. So I'm going to use a size box to kind of control that a little bit on how the images don't overtake the screen. So let's go ahead and do a size box. Okay. And the height, like I said, we'll do 120. And then this takes a child. Now, for the child, we need to look at a few different things. Let me just scroll this up. We need to look at first and say, all right, when I look, and let me bring up the product model again. The images, right? This is a list of images, which means it's an array of images. What we want to do in the item card, what we want to do is say, hey, let's look at the images, the list, and do we just have one image? Because sometimes the service might only return back one image, maybe even 0. Or does it have multiple images? So what we should do here is if, let's say, there's only one image entered and not 2 or 3, and some of these items will have that. If it's only one image, then we're just going to show that one image. If not, we're going to use a little ListView builder to create these sideways list of images. And now you're going to start seeing why I'm going to go back to product list. I'm using a SliverList because when you have a ListView builder inside of another ListView builder, sometimes it can cause performance issues, which we will look at later. But I figure I'll bring it up. So let's take a look at here. Let's look at our product model, the images, right? So we have the product model. We want to look at the current index, right? This would be the current index, would be 0, the first image. And we want to look at what? The field, what? Images, right? So there it is, images. I want to look at the length. How many images are in there? If it does equal 1, okay, here's what I want to do. I want to just show one product. And the way to do that, I'm going to just, let me bring this down here. I'm going to show an image, image from the network, right? Because these images that are being brought in are going to be from a web server somewhere, so they're being served. So you want to do Image.network to be able to bring them in. Okay, so let's start entering the data in. So the image network, we need to pass in a few items. The image itself, right? So that's going to be the product model, index, thumbnail. So if it's just one image in the product model, we're not going to go look in here. We're just going to look at thumbnails and bring in the thumbnail, right? I could have also for equals 0, same thing, right? I could do that. Or if the list images equal 1 or 0, then bring in the image, network image. And we might do that here. Or, because we're using the ternary operator, or if it's more than 1, right? It's not equal to 1. We want to use a ListView builder. ListView builder. Okay. And here what we're going to do. And let's bring that comma back here. There we go. Let's bring it up. Okay. So for the ListView builder, let's do the item builder here, but I want to do 3 items first before I get to the item builder. I want the scroll direction. There we go, scroll direction. I want this to scroll on the horizontal axis, right? These are going to be scrolling horizontally, not vertically, these images. So we're going to say axis, and there it is, horizontal. And that's how you make a ListView builder, or ListView scroll horizontally versus vertically. Now let's also enter the item count. And the item count is going to be the product model again, the index. How many images do we have in here? By getting the length, right? That tells us how many images we have in there. And now we have the item builder. Okay, let's do this again. Again, I wished we had good, yeah, you could do this, but I don't like that it doesn't define that this is build context and index. But you know what? I'm just going to do that for now. And I'm going to fill this in myself. Build context, integer. You don't have to do that, but I just like to do that. Alrighty. Actually, I don't want this here. I don't want this here. Okay. Now this is going to need to return an item, right? What is going to return here? This is a builder that is going to return all these items. So we're going to go through and put in each item in here, right? That's what this ListView builder is going to do. So let's return, and we're going to return an image, but we're going to put this inside of a container, okay? So container. Let's close that up, semicolon. So the container, let's do some padding. And this is not going to change, so it's going to be a constant. We're going to do the edge insets. Edge insets. Right? And I only want to, I'm going to do only. I want to put some padding only on the right side. So I'm going to say right. I'm going to do 3 pixels. Why did I do this? If you notice right here, to the image, you see that little slice of space there, right? And that's what this padding is doing to that container. So this container is allowing us to do this by giving that little padding on the right side only, so that we can see the images are separated, right? So that's going to work out really nice. Also, I want to give this container a color. And of course, we're going to use the theme of context, which is inherited widget. And we're going to use the primary color, right? Because it knows to choose whether we're in dark or light. But I want this with opacity of, let's do 0.04, okay? Which means the background there, okay? That's what we're matching. And we can choose that to whatever we like, really. All right. So next, the container needs a child. Now here's where we're going to put in the images. And if you look at here, let's just break this up a little bit. See how they're going to fade in? See how they're fading in? So how do we accomplish that? So we're going to do a fade in image. That's right, a fade in image widget. Got a widget for everything. Got to love it. Let me scroll to the end. Okay, let's format these. All right. Okay, fade in image. And placeholder. Now, the placeholder will be, if you notice, let me just bring back 10 seconds. I've gone a little bit too much, but when it fades in, you will see that the template, right? That's a little placeholder. So we want to be able to put a placeholder. And I'm going to stop this. So this is something that we'll bring inside here under assets, like image assets. I'm just going to put in this in for now, and then we're going to bring it in, okay? So assets, because when we create an assets folder, and then I always like to do a subfolder called images. That's where I'm going to put all my images. And you can even do more subfolders to divide them into different categories if you like. In this case, we don't need it. So we're going to place a placeholder image. And it's going to be a PNG file. And of course, it's going to give us an error because it doesn't exist, right? We haven't brought it in yet. Now, for the image, and before we do the image, actually what I like to do here is fit. How's the image going to fit? I like to make them fit to fit the height. So I want the image to fully fit the height of this container, which is 120, I think, right? 120 in height. So we're going to use a box fit here, okay? So we're going to say box fit and fit the height. So it's going to zoom in our image to fit the height, and that's going to look good. You could also do fit width, but the fit height, I think, is going to work the best here. For the image, we look at the product model again, the index, since it's a list, it's an array really, images, and inside the images is another array, which will be index. And you know what? We have two different indexes. So I think I'm going to rename this one. Let's see here. We have a card. We have an aspect ratio. We got the index here. What I like to do is I'm just going to, just to make it clear, I'm going to make this as an index images, okay? So let's just say this is the index images. You don't have to do that, but I'm going to do it. Okay. Oh, I forgot to add one more thing. We're getting errors here because when we do the fitting image, which one are we using? Yes, the asset network. Okay, so here we go. So it's going to do the asset network. We're going to do the placeholder as the asset, fit box, and there's the image. Okay, very good. Now I do like, I'm going to leave this here for now here, but we're going to have to remember to actually bring in the image, okay, under assets. And maybe we might do that right now. Here's the ListView builder here. Okay, well, we'll continue here. Let me go to aspect ratio. On here, really what we're going to do next, we're We want to lay out now the titles, the description, the dollar amounts. And I think a list view, a list title really works beautifully to align these, right? So I like to use the list title for this. So let's go ahead and do that. List title. All right. Okay. So what does it get? Well, it gets a title. So there we go. We're going to use a text widget. We're going to get the product model, the index, and the title. There we go. Perfect. And you can see, because we did bring in the index, we passed the index. This is one of the reasons why I renamed this one to index images. I don't want it to get it confused with this other index. Just my preference. And then for the description here, right, we can use a subtitle. So we're going to use the text widget again, product model, the index, and this is going to be the description. Perfect. I want to make this always 3 lines in size, where it can be sized to 3 lines. So all the boxes are the same size. So I'm going to say is 3 lines is, there we go, is 3 lines true? I'm going to say, yeah, it is true. I want 3 lines all the time. Now on the side here, that's the trailing, right? We have leading, which would be to the left of infinity. We could have the leading can be used right here. See that? That would be the leading if you put an image there. The trailing would be the on the side, on the end here, right? So on the trailing, we want to put these items. So let's do the trailing. And what we want to do is we're going to do a column, because we want to put the product price and the percentage of discount, right? So let's use a column. Column. All right. Now here, I do want a cross-axis alignment, okay? I want to align this to the end. In other words, I want to align my numbers on the end to the right side. So cross-axis alignment, end. Yes, that looks good. And now let's add the children. So we're going to have 2 text boxes, right? 2 text box widgets. Let's do the first one, text. And where we want to put the product, the price, right? Which would be product, model, index, and then price. But if we do this, it's going to be just a bunch of numbers unformatted, because that's how the JSON is going to bring it back. And if you remember, we used that package INTL, the international package, INTL, to format these numbers, right? So let's just go ahead and use that. So I'm going to cut that out. So we want to set the number format. And it's going to be simple currency. Simple currency. So the format is a currency. And then I'm going to say format this to the price, right? And put a comment at the end. If you notice, we didn't have any, unfortunately, autocomplete, but that's because I need to import the number format, and it's not doing it for me. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just import it ourselves. Okay, I'm going to say import, and we're going to import the international package, and it's going to be the INTL Dart file. Okay, perfect. Let's make sure. Now it knows it's there. It's working beautiful. Okay, very nice. Let me just close this down so we have a little bit more space here. Now, what we want to do is we want to bring the discount percentage, right? The 13%, the 18% there. So we're going to use the same thing, the text message, text. So number format. Now, we have it. Simple currency. Gotta love the auto completion. Absolutely love it. So we're going to have a product model, index, dot and it's going to be the discount percentage. And actually, I don't want to do this as a simple currency because that's not a currency. We're going to do it as a percent pattern, okay? So as a percent pattern, because of that, the numbers here are coming in as a percentage. So to do this correctly, we need to divide by 100, okay? Because that's the way the numbers are coming in from the JSON. And the percent pattern needs that format in that manner. Otherwise, we're going to have 1300% if we don't divide it by 100. Okay. That's looking good. So that's the end of our list title, right? Okay, so then now what comes next? We got the heading, we got the description, we got the price, the discount. So next we want to do the next item here, right? Which is going to be what? The category, right? Category. So why don't we use a little padding, and then we're going to create a column to create the next items. We'll do some combination of columns and then rows for the ratings and the rating number. All right. So let's use the padding. Padding. All right. Unfortunately, creating these items is a little bit time consuming, but that's part of development. So this is going to be const because it's not going to change. So we're going to use the edge insets. The edge insets. Be nice if it would come up in the autocomplete, right? But no, it doesn't. We're going to do only. And I'm going to have 3 items that I want to do. I want to do the left. I want to do 16 pixels to the left, right? Right here, so that it matches the list tile. See, that's beauty of ListTile to do that. And then we want the right also to be 16 pixels, right? So that it matches the list tile completely. And then I want to do the bottom at 16. Yeah, I just wanted to do those. That's it. Now the padding as a child. So the child is not going to have a column. So let's be the column. So what does it mean? The column is going to have the category, and then we're going to have rows here, right? We're going to have a column, and the column is going to have a children of row, which is going to put the category, right? Column, category. The next is going to be a row of ratings, the star rating, and the rating number, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Children. So we're going to use 2 rows here to do that. So, because we're stacking the category and the rating in a column, and each column is going to have a row. So, row and children. Okay, so this is going to be the text widget, and this is going to be what? The category. Right? So here we're going to put the category. In that case, it says what? Smartphones, but we want this to be dynamic, don't we? So let's do some string interpolation. So it's going to be product model, the index, and the category. That's looking good. That's the only thing that row needs. And let's put a space between the column, between the category and the ratings row. So let's do a size box, and it's going to be const because it's not going to be dynamic. Size box. And let's do the height of, let's do 8 pixels. And if it doesn't look good, we can always change that, right? So we're going to have another row. Now on here, I want to do something. Because I have two widgets we're going to do here. One is the star rating, and one is the actual rating with the text, the number. I want to be able to put space in between, right? So how would we accomplish that? So the row has a main axis alignment, and we're going to use space in between, and it'll perfectly align it for us. So main axis alignment, there it is, space between. Excellent. And now let's do some children. And what do we need? We need the star rating and then we need the actual text rating, right? So the first one is going to be, now we haven't created this widget yet, but we'll write it down. We'll write it here. Star rating widget, right? Which we will create. And what does the star rating widget need, right? It needs to be passed what the rating is. So let's go ahead and do that. Rating. And it's going to be, again, the product model, the index, and the rating. Perfect. All right. And we'll create that in a after. And then we have a text widget, right? This text widget is going to say rating. And then it's going to have the actual rating number, right, that we're passing to the star rating widget that we'll create to plot the actual stars. So some string interpolation here again. It's going to be what? Product model, the index, and the rating. Very good. That's looking really good. And then after that, this is just me. I want to add a little space here to make it look nice instead of the bottom all the way up to here. So let's do a size box with a height. Let's see, a const size box. What should the height be? So we got 8 pixels in between these right here. So maybe we want to do 16. Let's do 16, see how it looks, right? And if it doesn't look good, we can always change that. Now let's put a comma there, get rid of that error. Okay. So this is a good point right here that probably we stop developing in here, because really we got the whole list and what we want to create. The only thing that is missing now is the actual star rating, right? So let's go ahead, and what we'll do next is we'll create the star rating. And I'm just going to comment this out for right now, okay? Because what I like to do before we go forward is to actually commit this to GitHub, and then we'll work on the star rating widget. Let me go to product list view. I know that all these items are going to give us errors right now because they're not created yet, right? We know that. We're working on these. We're creating the items. Now the list view item card, look at that. It's there because we just created that, right? So I'm going to just, for now, let's just comment those two out, okay? So that way we get rid of all our errors. And after we do the star rating, we'll create these other 2 templates. We got no more errors. So let's go ahead and let's commit. I'm going to just maximize this. Go to Git. Let's commit. All right. So we added the products list view and the products list view item card template. Looking good. Let's commit and push. Yes, we know that we have to do items. We're going to commit anyway because we want to save this. Let's push it to GitHub. All right. And it's been committed. Perfect. So now what we should do is we need to create the star rating widget. Let's go ahead and create the star rating widget. I'm going to right click on widgets, new, Dart file, and we'll call it star rating. All right. It's going to be again a stateless widget, our favorite. Star rating. Okay. And we need to import material here. Okay. So what are we going to pass in? So we're going to pass in, of course, it's a stateless. You need to do final. The rating, which is going to be a double. And we're going to hard code this. This is an integer. The rating total. If I can spell it, rating total equals to 5. So what does this mean? It means that we're going to rate between 0 and 5. Simple as that. Okay. Let's see if this works this time. Nope, it doesn't. We'll do it manually again. Let's just say required this rating. Perfect. All right. So let's go ahead and build the rating. Let me just bring this up again so we can see what we're doing. So we're going to create these 5 stars, right? So the stars are in a row. And what we'll like to do is we're going to create each star. It's going to be like, the list builder is going to be like building each star, right, in a row. And it's going to look at each star and say, okay, is this a full star? Is it a half a star? Is it even selected or not, right? So they're in a row together. So we're going to use a row widget. Okay, children. Now this time I'm not going to use the standard children. We're going to generate this from a list, right? Because we want to loop around and generate each star depending on the value that we have. So instead of passing the children as the array, we're going to use the list, and we're going to say generate. So there it is. And it's going to say the length, which in our case is the rating total, right? The index, which is the index. So first one is start 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And we're going to use icons to accomplish this. And so what we're going to do is we're going to figure out if the icon is going to be a half, full, or selected, right? So the first thing is going to be an icon data. The icon data, and we'll call that as the star icon. Okay. So now we're going to start looking and figuring out, we want to give a value to the star icon. Is it going to be a selected icon, unselected, or half filled? So we're going to do the if statement, right? So we're going to now the first part, we're going to look and see if we should do if the star should be half filled. If it is, then we're going to do the star icon as half selected. So we're going to look at the rating. Is the rating greater than the index? Oops, index, right? And now remember, the rating is going to be, let's say, 4.69. Let's just take that one. Most of them are all in 4 something. So the rating for 4.69 is greater than the index. It's going to start at 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And is the rating less than the index? And I'm going to say +1, right? Why am I doing +1? Because we're not starting the index from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the rating is 0 to 5. That's why I'm doing that. So if it is, then we want the star icon to be equal icons star, and they have the half outline. See that? You could just do half. I'm going to do the outline. I just happen to like that one. And then we're going to have else if. What if the rating is less than or equal to the index? What happens then? Then at this point, is it even selected? right? Icons. So here we'll do the star border, right? It means it's not selected. So if the rating is less than or equal to the index, it's not selected. It's selected. Because remember, it starts from 0. Okay. Then else, anything else, we can say that, yeah, it's been selected. If none of those two come in, the star icon is definitely selected. So icons, star, boom, and that would be selected. So now that we gave the value to the star icon, what are we going to do? We're going to return an icon, right? We're going to return the star icon, which was selected from there, and the color. Again, we're going to use the theme of context, and it's going to be the primary color. Close that up. And that's basically it. This is how we're going to plot our star rating. That's how we accomplish that. Now, you could also go in and create a package, right? There's in the pub, there's different packages you could go in and get. And we can also add logic here that we can have selectable stars if, let's say, I went to an edit screen, depending what the user selects. This can be extended in the future, or you could use if you need the kind of items, if you don't want to develop it in program, you can always use one of the packages in pub.dev. But we really don't need to. Like I said, if we can try not to use a package, it's better that we do it and not use a package and be relying on a package. Because if the package holders do not update it, as with different Dart and Flutter updates, and they stay behind, then what's going to happen? This could maybe a little bit or seriously hurt your application because you're relying on those packages. So be very careful on what you use and not use. So we're done with the star rating. Let's just go ahead and close it. So we're going to go ahead and uncomment our star rating. Let's import it in. And let's make sure that I named it correctly too. Let's see here. Widgets, star rating. Yep, sure did. So star rating. All right, and it brought it in for us. Very good. So right now, why don't we go ahead and just try it out and see what we got. See if we need to make any changes here. Now, if everything works well, then we will move into the product list view item 1 template. But before we do that, I also want to show you something else in the card widget. All right, syncing, installing. Okay. Obviously, we're not going to get anything yet because we need to, let's see, did we see where we're at? Home. Yeah. We need to be able to enable bringing in the product list view, right? This product list view into the home here because we haven't written the code yet. We've still got a little bit here, some of the things that we need to add here. So maybe we'll just go ahead and do that. So let's remove the to-do. So if the snapshot has data, right? This is the home, StreamBuilder gets in, gets the records. So what do we want to do here? We're going to say final products list equals snapshot data as list product model. Okay. Now we want to return the products list view, right? That widget we created. products, ListView. There it is. Let's format it. Let me just hide the emulator so we can see this a little better. Let's format. Alrighty, controller. There we go. Looking good. So, product list, yeah, we're going to pass the product list. ScrollController, we're going to pass the ScrollController. The selected list type, all we need is a dot value, right? The selected value. We're going to close that. Return product list view. Now, what happens though? We need to do like another else that will catch any other items, any other errors that we might not be catching. So let's do the else. And let's return. It's going to be constant because it's not going to be changed. It's not dynamic. A status message. Let's format this. Let's align it all. Okay. So we're going to say status message. Yeah, we're not even going to do the message. We could, but we're not going to do that. Let's just get rid of that. Banner message. Let's just say error. Oop, hold on. I want to bring my message back here. There we go. Not going to worry about the colors. I could do that. But the message is going to be not able to retrieve products. This would be if every other error message we try to catch missed for some reason, and then we'll go ahead and say, okay, we missed it somehow, and this is an error for the banner. And we want this to be colors red, right? Colors red. And the text color is going to be colors white. Colors white. Because this is kind of actual error. It's not an internet connection, is not there. All right. Let's go take a look. All right. We're starting to shape up here. There's our Flutter. There's Dash. Okay, these other, now we're just going to go in and just, start making it work. Okay. All right. So I think at this point, let me just stop this. Let's hide it. Let's go ahead and just save these items to GitHub. Let's commit. So we added the star rating widget. And we finished the product list view item. So the products list, let's capitalize it. Products list view item card. And add it to the home screen page. The product list view widget. All right, let's commit and push. Yes, we have the to-dos. We are aware of it. We're going to finish. We're going to push this anyway to GitHub. We want to save these items where we're going to have the to-do list, and we will be doing those. Okay, one commit to master. Perfect. Okay, let's go and go back to the project so we can see what we have. So we know that we have to create for the widgets the other items, the list view template item 1 and item 2, right? We want to be able to do that. And also wanted to show you one other item here. I'm going to go back to the items card here. Okay, so let's go back up here where we have the aspect ratio. Okay, and we have there the sized box, right? And what I like to show here, I'm going to put something here. And let me just comment this out. Okay, so we comment that all out where we had the ListView builder, right? That shows the list. Let's say we wanted to do just the thumbnail instead of having the full list of every single item. What would we do here? So the child, I would use a fading widget. So a fading image, and of course the Isolate.network. Let's shrink this. Format it. Okay. For the placeholder, again, we're going to add these later. Assets, images, placeholder, image, PNG. Right? And then we also want to do the same things above. We want to do the fit, right? We want to do the box fit. And we want that to be cover. And then for the image, we do the product model, the index, and we do the thumbnail instead. So instead of doing that builder where we have a horizontal view of all the different images, we could have also just done that. Just show the thumbnail. So I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to comment it out. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, let's just leave that there. I'm going to make one more git commit for that. And I'm just going to say add it to products, list view, item card, ability to also show just the thumbnail. The thumbnail. Commit and push. Push. Okay, one commit pushed. Excellent. Very good. Now the next item that we should do is go back to the home screen. And what we want to do is enable the product service. We want to start to see if the record's coming in. Let's go back up. And we had commented out earlier when we first created it. So let's say product service. Let's bring it in. Okay. So now we have the product service. Let's go back into the init state. And just before we get the get auth, let's initialize the product service, which is going to be equal product service, product list service, right? Because that's what the product service is looking for, the product list service. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and go to the see if we created the get products yet. No, we haven't. So this is what we need to do now. We need to create the get products so that we can actually get the products, right? We left it here as a to-do to get products under the auth service. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just put get products. Okay. Excellent. So let's go ahead and work on the get products now. So we can start testing if our list view and our card widget is working good. So first we're going to check, like we normally do, the product list service. Is the product loading? If it's loading, return and do nothing. Simple as that. Let me say also the product list service we want to do is product loading now equals true. So if this was not the case, I want to make sure that it is true, although it would be. I'm just going to do it there anyway. Okay, so now let's make some notes. What do we want to do next? So before we go in and start retrieving the products, just to be on the cautious side, and this is way over cautious, you really don't have to do it this much, but why not? We want to make sure that we're not going to lose connectivity, right? Since the last time that we fetched the products. So why don't we do that? Let's say make sure that we did not lose connectivity since our last products fetch. Here we go. So how are we going to do that? Let's do look at the product list service, right? Internet connection availability equals await, and let's check the internet connection. Right? We're just going to call the method that we have above, and then I'm going to say if product list service, right? If the internet connectivity is not there, if we're missing it, right? If we have no internet connection, what do? We just return. It's nothing you can do. You can't fetch anything. Now, what else do we want to do? Let's make some more notes. Do want to make sure that the auth token is still good and not expired or anything like that, or want to make sure that the auth token has not been removed or anything weird that might have happened, right? And so that would be something that we want to mark like for future additions, future features, right? So let's mark that. Feature enhancement. Then we want to check if the auth service response has not expired. Has not expired. Response has not expired. Otherwise, re-authenticate, right? Okay. But for now, we're just going to check if the auth service response token, if it's empty, is empty. If it's empty, get the auth again, because we have it, and then return. Do not go further. All right. Now, we're finally at the last part. Let's make some more notes. Enhancement. Make sure. Okay, here we go. Love the spell checker. So what do we do now? So really now we wanted to retrieve the next product, right? And so let's go ahead and do that. Retrieve the next products. So we're going to do the product service. We're going to say get products. We're going to pass the token, right? Authentication response token. So that's our authentication token. We wrote our service so that it only gets product if we have an authenticated token. If not, nothing is going to happen. Okay, and that's good to have. So we're going to try to run this and see how we're doing. See how it's looking. Go emulator. Possibly in the future, all these emulators are going to be instantaneous, fast. All right, it's installing. Let's see what we get. Failed to load product. String is not a subtype of type int. Oh, so now we need to go figure that part out, right? What exactly does that mean? So let's go ahead and try to figure this out. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to hide the emulator. Now let's run here. Let's hide this. So it failed to load products. So let's figure out and see what's going on. Let's bring the product service. We're going to start looking at this, okay? And see what could be causing this problem. And I believe I know what's going on. From the particular error, there's a problem here with actually a dummy JSON site. And let's go look at the product list model. Okay. So on the product list model, the value for the skip that should be returned should be an integer. But he has a bug right now. When you do a query, instead of just getting all the products, when you just get a query, it returns a string instead of an integer. So we're going to have to go ahead, and I forgot about this part, that there is a ticket in there for this to get fixed. So I'm going to put a big note here to do that. The dummy json.com mockup service is returning a string instead of an integer. Hopefully he'll fix that soon. Now once they fix it, we want to change the string to back to integer. Okay, back to int. So we'll leave that note there. This is very important to do. So let's save. Let's bring back the emulator. Let's go ahead and rerun. And see how we do. All right. All right, install. There we go, installing the app. Hey, all right. So we have a few items to fix. If you notice, when the items are coming in, there's a big X. That's because we have not imported the asset. We need to import the asset. But as you can see, the information is coming in. It's working. Will it retrieve the next 20 items? Let's see. Let's find out. Not right now. So something is happening to our skip. So we need to go change the skip so that it actually adds the correct number to the skip. Okay? All right. Very good. So I'm just going to stop this. I'm going to hide this. And let's go ahead and handle that. Okay, let's go back to the home page. And let's go ahead and scroll up. There we go, into an init state. And here's what we need to do, right? We need to let the ScrollController know that, hey, we have scrolled at the bottom. Go ahead and get the products now. Get me the next products, right? So we put this as to do, get the next product. So all we need to do is just get products. Just a call to that. And unless I miss something, that should work. We're also going to handle a little bit of the dispose. We need to be good citizens here. And we'll do probably the next year. I just want to test this, and then we'll start disposing some of the things. All right, sync in. All right, let's test. And we'll handle the assets. So we'll scroll down. There we go. Next 20 products. Scroll. Here we go. Next 30. Now what happens if I do this? I just brought in the next 40, right? Now we're at 40. It runs 10 at a time. Let's say we haven't created the other, so we're not going to see anything. But when we do, we'll be able to see that. Okay? that's looking really, really good. I'm going to stop running it. Let's just hide the emulator. So I like to go ahead and just start disposing here. And it's always before, like we said before, in the previous, way before, hours ago, I think we spoke about this. But I just want to make a note here that the Auth service does not need to be disposed, okay? All right, so what do we need to dispose? How about the connection service? Yep, we cancel that. The product list service? Yep, that one we dispose. What else do we have? The ScrollController. Okay, dispose. I don't believe I'm missing anything else. Yeah, I think that's it. So now, looks like we're good citizens. We're able to get the product service working. And let's just remember under the model that once hopefully the dummy JSON mockup server will change this back into an integer, we'll be good, okay? Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and commit our changes. So let's talk about what we have to do. Modified the products list model skip variable from int to string because dummy json.com mockup service is returning a string instead of an integer. Once they fix it, returning, there we go. Once they fix it, change string back to int. Okay. And on the home screen page, well, I just like to call them page, but for now I'm just doing screen page. We finished the get products. To retrieve paginated products. Okay. Via ScrollController. I think that looks good. Let's commit and push. Commit and push anyway. Yes, we know that we have to do items. Push. And let's make a backup. Beautiful. Okay. So that's been committed. We'll leave that like this because we need to remember that, unfortunately, this really needs to be changed. Just the way it is, right? So now at this point, what do we need to do? What we really need to do is just work on the products ListView item 1 template, right? So that's what we might want to create now. Let's go ahead and just start closing some of these tabs here. We have so many tabs open. We'll close all these. We'll close the model. The card, maybe we'll keep that there. So next, we want to do this next, right? So really, this is what we're going to create next. The product ListView item 1. Okay. Product service. Let's just close that. Let's go on the products and widgets. Let's create new Dart file. So this is going to be called products ListView. And we'll call this underscore ListView item, just 1. Okay. So products, ListView, item 1. Stateless widget again, right? Stateless and products, ListView, item 1. Excellent. And we need the material. Okay, let's create two variables, can't talk. Final. It's going to be a list of product model. Product model. So we'll call it product model. And the next one is just going to be an integer for the index, just like we did for the card. Okay, let's see if this time it works. Let's see if the autocomplete does it. Hey, and this time it works. You just never know when it works or it doesn't. How about that? It seems to be when I put the comma there and don't put any spaces after is when it really works. I don't know if that's consistent all the time, but we'll go from there. Okay, so now let's just move this here, move this here. So we want to do the list one. Let's run the video until it changes to the one that we want to do. Okay, list one. So this is the layout that we want to do. Is basically the same as the card without the card, and it's going to be like a separated, right? We're going to have a separated line to separate each product. So again, we're going to use the same techniques at the column. So we'll do a column. Children. Not going to order any alignment. We don't need to worry about that. Now, one of the first things I want to do, I want to give a little bit of space up here. We'll do like the other card. We'll do a 16 pixel. So const, a size box, and we'll do the height at 16. Next, we're going to use that same thing, the aspect ratio. Okay. Let's format this, aspect ratio, and we'll make that 4, just like the other one in the card child. We're going to do the same thing, size box. So it's going to be height 120. Child. It's going to be the product model, the index, the images, and the length, right? So it's going to tell us how many are there. Does it equal 1? We're going to do exactly the same thing like we did on the card, right? Same thing. If yes, okay, so let's do the image network. And let's back the product model, index, dot thumbnail, because it's only 1. Fit. We're going to do the same thing, the box fit. And it'll be fit width. Why width and not height here? Because this is just 1. We're going to have 1 image only, so that's what we want to do there. And I also want to do the width of 90. Okay. Let's get rid of that. 10-air operator, or if that's not it, if there's more than one, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the ListView builder, right? ListView builder. There we go. Let's format this. So we're going to do the same thing, scroll direction. We use what? The axis. Horizontal, because that's where we want to go. What is the item count? So product model, index, images, and length, right? Dot images, length. All right, now for the item builder. Build context, an integer for the index. All right, very good. And again, we're going to do the same thing like we did with the card, index images. All right, so I'm going to return, same thing, a container. Okay, close it up. Okay, padding, I'm going to do the same thing. We want to do the padding between the images. We want about 3 pixels between each image that you can see there, right? So for the padding, we're going to do a edge inset, but it's not going to change, so it's going to be a const to make it performant. So edge insets doesn't come up on my autocomplete. So interesting. So only if we want to do the right for 3 pixels. Perfect. Nice little trick. The color, we're going to do the theme of primary color. We're going to do the same thing with opacity of 0.04. Yeah. 0.4, not 0.4. There we go. Otherwise, we won't be able to see it. Child. Okay, so the child is going to be the fade in image, right? So fade in image. And there it is, right? Asset network. Let's format this. Okay. And we're going to have to remember, we're going to have to do the placeholders, right? So it's going to be assets, images, placeholder, Image.png. Excellent. And I always like to do the fit. So remember, it's the box fit. And we're going to fit the height here, right? Excellent. The image, we're going to do the product model. Again, product model, index, images, and then the index of index images. Perfect. And that should do it there. Okay. So that looks good. So now next, what we're going to do, we're going to do the same trick as we did with the card, with the list view, the list title, right? The little list title. So we're going to do the same trick. I'll just bring it here. There we go. So let's do that same trick. Okay. Actually, I want to do it after the aspect ratio, because we want to do it after this row of images there. Okay. So what do we have? We're going to have the list tile. I really do love list tiles. They're great. All right, so we're going to have a text. It's going to be the product model, index, title. Oop. Title. Okay, then subtitle, text, product model, index, right? And we're going to do the description. Excellent. And we'll do the is 3 lines, right? We're going to say true because we want it to be the same height so that they're not different height. It's a preference, just the way I like it. Let's do the trailing. And we're going to do the same trick. We're going to use that column. And we do want to do the cross-axis alignment, right? Because we want the items aligned to the end, the dollar signs and the percentages, right? So we need to do a cross-axis alignment to the end, to the right. Start, end. Perfect. All right. And then we're going to pass what? The children. Let's bring this up. So we're going to have 2 text boxes, right? Text widgets. The text. And we're going to do that number format, right? So number format, simple currency. We're going to do format. We're going to do the product model, the index, and it's going to be the price. Perfect. And the next text widget, same number format, but this time it's going to be the percent pattern. Right? We're going to format it, products model, index, discount percentage. And again, we're going to divide it by 100, just like we did in the card. I think that's looking pretty good. So I think we're done with the ListTile. So next, what we need to do is add that padding, just like we did with the card, right? We did the padding, and we did this layout again. I could literally just copy and paste. Instead of me typing again, why don't we just do that? Ooh, do we want to do that? Oh boy, what could go wrong? Let's just try it. Because it's going to be the same thing. Let's bring in the ratings, right? Star rating. Okay. What could go wrong? I want to do, now in this case, right after padding, see we want to do the line, the separator. Well, there's a perfect widget for that, and it's called Divider. Love it. I think, unless I missed something, this should work. Let me go back to the home emulator. I'm sorry, product list view, right? Let's comment this out. Let's bring in this. Let's do the import. And wait, I think we got some errors. Let's just take a quick look. Okay. Sometimes when it imports it, look at that. It just messes it up. It's a very interesting little bugs. Okay, now I imported it correctly. Just those little items that could drive you nuts. Yes, we know that the missing case because we will be adding that next. All right. Running in Gradle task. Here we go. It's installing. Let's see how we look. Coffee, coffee, coffee. And we'll bring in the assets. We might be doing that next. We'll see. So if, let's say, we choose the list. Oh, haha! Congratulations. Look at that. It is working. Isn't that awesome? Let's bring in more records. Just bring them in. Right? Let's see where it lands. Wherever it lands. Okay. So if we switch, it should stay on there, right? Look at that. Pretty amazing. So it's working. Now all we need to do is just create the list too. And you can see 50. If I do this, it brings in more. Right? It's looking really good. Let's close that. That is really, really good. So I think this is a good time to commit this to GitHub, right? We did our product list view item 1, our template. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's commit. Okay, so we added the products list view item 1 template. Perfect. Commit and push. Yes, we know we had the one warning. We're going to push. And it should be updating on GitHub. Looking good. Oh yeah. This is excellent, right? So now what we should do, we should create the last one, right? The products list view item 2. I think would be a good time for us to do that. I'm just gonna, and it's gonna be a completely different view if you remember. Let's just run this. See that? It's a completely different view. So we'll be creating this next. I'm gonna make this here. We did the GitHub. So now we'll go ahead and create that next. Actually, what I like to do first is create the assets folder and the images folder so that we can start getting towards the final lap of this app. Let's go ahead and create a new directory. Now I'm selecting here under the products root directory. We'll have assets, images. Perfect. And then I already downloaded the placeholder image. And we're going to copy it. Okay. And there it is. Now let's go ahead and open up the PubSpec YAML file. And if you scroll down onto assets here, let's uncomment these out. Okay. What we want to do, there we go. I want it to be assets, images. And what this does, it brings in every single image that you put inside the images folder will be brought in. You don't have to list them one by one. Okay. PubGet, I'm just going to make sure it's all good. There we go. Excellent. Let's close that down. Now, yes, it has been edited. Indeed, it has. Okay. Let's bring up the emulator. And let's just rebuild this. And let's see if it's working for us, that it's going to bring in the image now, the placeholder image. Unless I misspelled something, it should come in. Let's see how we do. All right, about to load. Beautiful, all working. And as we scroll, there they are, fading in. Let's try it on the other template. Same thing, all working beautifully. So next we'll work on that list2 template, okay? All righty. Actually, let me just stop this. Okay. Let's move the emulator on the side here, and let's go ahead and create the next template, which would be the item 2 template, right? Right click here, new, Dart file, going to be products, ListView, item 2. Yep, looks like all spelled beautifully. Again, it's another stateless widget. Products, list, ListView, 2. Item 2. Perfect. All right, let's bring in the material. Okay, let's create our fields. So it's going to be the final list, right? It's going to be a list. Oh, not spelling. There we go. List, and it's going to be a list of what? Product model. And we'll call it product model. And the other one is going to be the integer, which is the index. Perfect. Let's bring it in. Let's try this. Comma here. It should automatically bring it in for us. Hey, working beautiful. Beats typing it out. Okay, that's looking good. So now let's go ahead and build our layout. Let's just bring it out. So we're going to do the same as the other 2 templates. We're going to use a column. Children, no alignment on the top column needed, and we're going to use the ListTile. ListTile, hey, tile, there we go. Now, if you notice, the ListTile is this. We're going to use a leading and a trailing. Okay, the deleting is going to have the thumbnail. The trailing is going to have our dollar amount and the discount percent. So let's go ahead and start doing that. Deleting. So there we're going to do just the thumbnail, right? So it's going to be Image.network. And it's going to be the product model, right? The image. We want to get the image. What is the image? What is the path to the image? The thumbnail. There we go. And the fit. Again, we're going to do that box fit again. And it's going to be to fit the width because it's just one image. And the width is going to be 90. Width 90 pixels. Okay. All right. So now then we do the title. Whoop, not trailing, title. Title. Going to be the text widget. Again, product model. Index. Title. Actually, I'm just going to copy this so I don't have to type that product model index every single time. Title. Now we're going to do the subtitle. Again, another text widget. Dot description. Perfect. And we're going to do that standard default again. That is 3-line. We're going to put that to true. Very good. Now this time we're going to use the trailing, same as the other one, to put our dollar amounts and the percentage discount. So we're going to use a column to accomplish it. And just like in the other templates, because we want to align it to the right, we're going to do the cross alignment, right? So we're going to do cross-axis alignment, cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment, and we'll change it to end. And we're going to have children here. We're going to have two text widgets, just like in the other templates. We're going to have the number format, simple currency for the first one. We're going to format it, product model, and it's going to be the price. Excellent. Next, it's going to be the text. Again, sender number format. And it's going to be the percent pattern, right? Percent pattern. We're going to format. It's going to be the discount percentage divided by 100. Looking good. Looking good. Now, after the list title here, we're going to do a padding that is a little bit different than we did from the other templates, because the layout is a little bit different. If you notice here, we have quite a bit of padding to go in here to make all this indented the same way to match the list tile with the leading and where the title and descriptions are, right? So we kind of match it. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and add that padding widget. Okay. Whoop, voila. All right, let's format this. All right. And this, obviously, to get this padding, you need to go ahead and, it's trial and error, basically. So it's going to be a constant because it's not going to change, right? And we're going to use that edge insets. Yep. And it doesn't give us that auto completion, but we'll do it ourselves only. So the left, after a bunch of trial and error, you'll probably get the 117 is going to work really good. The right, we're going to same as the other, 16 pixels. And the bottom, 16 pixels. So the only thing that really changed is the left, because we need to indent it a lot more. We're going to have a child, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have a column, right? And the column is going to be a bunch of rows here, right? Because now we're going to, once we're past the list tile, we're going to have the category, laptop, the rating, and the rating percentage, the rating number on the right. So it's the same thing that we did before. We can probably just go ahead and copy and paste, right? Why do that? Let's just go ahead and do it. Row. Children. We're going to do a text widget, right? Category. Category. All right, let's bring in the products model index, and this is going to be the category. Excellent. All right, and that's it for this row. Row, children, text. I might be missing something. Let's see, what am I missing? Does anything look weird? Not to me. All right, let's do another row. I see what I did here. I did a column and I put the row. Let me just delete this. I put the row in here without declaring children. Oops. Let's paste that back in. That's what I thought. Something was not right. We're going to do the size box, right? We want to give it a little space between the category and the star rating, right? So it's going to be a sized box. And the height is going to be 8 pixels. So 8 pixels. Okay. And we're going to do another row. Children. And actually, before I do the children, we need to do the main axis alignment like we did on the other ones. We want space in between the star rating and the text widget that has the rating and the number, right? So why don't we go ahead and do that first, the main axis alignment. Main axis alignment, and it would be the space between. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to do the children. We're going to bring in the star rating. There it is. So the rating is going to be what? The product model index. And let's copy that again so I don't have to write that all the time. And it's going to be what? The rating, right? That's what we're passing. And then the text widget, rating, interpolation, string interpolation, product model index dot rating. I think that's looking pretty good. Okay. So we got that. We got the row. Now, I want to put a little space between the star and the list of our items, right? So let's go ahead and put in a size box, right? It's going to be constant, so it's not going to change. Sized box. And the height is going to be 16, which I believe is what we use for the other templates. All right. And then we're going to use that sized box again. And let's do the height like we did on the other ones. It's going to be 120. The height for the ListView builder here that we're going to make all the items. They're going to be 120 pixels high. The child is going to be what? The ListView builder. Yep. View builder. All right. Format this. Okay, I want to first put the scroll direction, right? We want to make sure that this is going to be scrolling horizontal. So scroll direction, and this is going to take an axis, right? So axis, here is horizontal. All right. The item count, it's going to be the product model index, the image's length, right? That's how many images are going to be in there. All right. And then we're going to do the item builder. All right. We're going to do the same thing. Build context. And integer. All right. Don't have to, but I just like to do it. Okay. So what do we want to do here? We're going to return that image network again, right? We're going to be building these list of children, right? Of all these images. So let's go ahead and start doing that. We're going to return an image, of course, network, right? All right, so it's going to be what? The product model images. And this should be really index images, right? To make it the same, so let's do the images. There we go. That's looking better. In the fit, bring this up here. Okay, we're going to do that box fit again, that we want to fit the height. So box fit. fit height. All right? So it's going to zoom in the image based on the height, which will work perfectly for here. Let's go ahead and do the loading builder. And there it is. Let's do our stuff, build context. Right. This is going to be a widget. So it's going to, we'll call that image. If the loading progress, this is going to be, I believe it's an image chunk event. Look at that. Okay, let's do that. Image chunk event. Optional, okay? So anytime you don't know really what goes there, just hold on the control key on your keyboard and then move your mouse over it. And it tells you what kind of type of widgets we're going to get back. It's excellent. You know, it's a great way because you can't memorize every single one. But if you do that, you can kind of see, all right, what are we expecting here? It's a neat little trick, which I'm sure you probably already know. So what we're going to do, let's just do our if, right? So what do we want to check first? Well, we want to see if the loading progress, is there anything there? Right? Is it null? Is there anything going on? So let's look at the loading progress. If it equals null, okay, just return the image. Return the image. All right. Now, we're doing this a little bit differently, right, than we did in our other templates. In our other templates, if you noticed, let's go back here. We're using FadeInImages, right, with the Network. I wanted to do something different here so that I could show you how to load the images with spinners, right? In this loading builder, this image network, is great because this image chunk event, the loading progress, it tells us how many chunks of data are coming in so that the spinner can actually spin according to the loading chunks, right? We can actually calculate what's coming in. Now, because our internet and these images are so little, it's going to be so fast that you're not going to be able to see it. But if the images were huge coming in, this works really well. We can actually see the actual progress instead of just a fading image. So I just wanted to show that. So what we really want to do is return. I'm going to center this, right? I want the images. I want the circular progress bar to be centered in the image, okay? So we're going to do a center image. And the center has a child, which we're going to return the circular progress indicator. So when the images are loading, let's see if it shows it here. I think it was showing. You'll see the spinning circle coming in. There it is, as you can see them coming in, right? So that's what we're creating, those spinning circles. Okay. So it's going to be a circular progress indicator. Circular, yep, there it is. Okay. And it needs a value. Okay. So how do we figure out the value? Because it's going to value how much progress is happening. So here's how we can figure this out. We can take that loading progress, and we can say, what is the expected total number of bytes? You know, what is the total image coming in, right? We want to look at that and we want to make sure that it's not null, right? So we want to make sure that it's not null. If it's not null, we're going to do this tier indicator. I cannot speak tonight. It's been a long day. Okay, so what do we want to do? If it's not null, right, then we want to do the loading progress. We want to look at the bytes loaded, right, by cumulative bytes loaded, and we want to divide those by what? The expected total bytes. That's why we're checking for null first. Otherwise, if it's null, we can't do this math. It will be a crash. All right, and we're going to have to, I'm going to put the exclamation so that it's unwrapped. Tier operator, cannot say it. Otherwise, At this point, we're just going to say no. I'm going to leave it up here as null here, okay? Okay. That's looking good. And that's really how you do calculate the total expected bytes coming in. So you take the bytes that are being loaded so far divided by the expected bytes, and that gives you the percentage for the circular progress indicator to market. But these images are so small, they're coming in so fast. Like I said before, they're like super fast. But I wanted to show you how that was done because it's worth looking at it. All right, let me remove that. So after the padding, again, we want to do a divider, right? So we're going to use that same trick that we did before. We use a divider widget. So divider. And that should do it. I think that's all there is to this. So what we should do is try it out. Let's bring up the emulator. All right, going to build it for us. And we're on our way to making lots of money on the App Store. All right, here we go. Installing. Syncing. All right. We'll go to template list 1. All right. So let's see if the list2 works. Will it work, ladies and gentlemen? Oh. Something happened. Let's see what happened. There's no error, but it did not work. We know why. Because if you don't tell it to load, it will not tell it to load, right? So we need to uncomment our code, import. And now let's save it. There we go. Works beautifully. You can scroll, right? Looking good. Looking real good. Okay, let's take a look at something here. Now, here's what I've noticed. When we bring in the images, we don't have that padding to give it a little bit of separation between the images. So why don't we do that? Let's right-click, show context. Let's wrap it, not rip it, but let's wrap it into a container. There we go. And then on that container, remember we had the padding, right? And with the padding, this is going to be constant since it's not going to change. We're going to do the edge insets. Edge insets. And we're going to do just only to the right. And we're going to do those 3 pixels, right? Like we did the other time, right? 3 pixels. Let's reload. And we should get a little padding here between the images. Let's just rebuild this. And that should work. And voila. And now we have the little padding between the images. So that's looking so much better. And if we scroll down, we can see the little circular progress bar doing its work for each image. Each image is independent, right? And we're bringing them in 50, 60. We'll just keep going. Let's just see. And I believe the service is limited us to 100 that you can retrieve. 100 products. Yeah. So list 1, let's go to the list2 template. So there it is. And list 1. It's all looking really good. It's working great. So let's go ahead and stop this. Let's hide our emulator. And we should go ahead and post to GitHub because we've done quite a bit of work here. Commit. So what do we add? We added the products list view item number 2. Excellent. We also added the assets, right? Also added the, I think we added that before. I think it's showing it right here. I'm going to put it on here. I can remember, I believe so. Assets, image, placeholder. That's looking pretty good. Let's commit and push. Push. And if you notice this time, we did not get any warnings of things that we needed to address. Why is that? Because we removed all our items that needed to be done. We only have one to do in the model, right? In the model, the skip, which are now the service. Let me just bring it up again so that the products model. Product list model, sorry. Because right now, the dummy JSON service is, when you do the query, the way we're doing it with paging, it's bringing back the skip button as a string. So it's very important that in the future, if you're running this and you get you're crashing because it says, hey, expected integer, and you get in a string, this is why, right? Because they probably fixed it. So this would need to be brought back to like integer, okay? So we have the to-do here so that it's always reminding us that we have that. So this concludes our entire project. As you can see, there's a lot of code involved, a lot of repetitive code too, but we were able to create a really powerful app by testing it with the dummy JSON service, right? This can be taken into an actual production level application, would actually make the API calls to a production server. And this is a good starting point on how you would create an app from scratch and actually start retrieving data. How to do pagination, right? I mean, we're all on social media. When we scroll, it doesn't, it doesn't load up, 100, 200, 1,000 records at a time, does it? As you scroll, it keeps paginating and keeps retrieving records. So we've learned how to do that, which is very important, right? Extremely important. We've learned, we actually have not, we have not done any set state in the application. Everything is being done through StreamBuilders, value, right? Let's bring it here. Value notifiers, right? By using also the ValueListenableBuilder to redraw only the items that we need to redraw. So it's extremely performant at what we need to do. And also in the service, we learned how to process the JSON. We also learned that we can use spawn isolates through compute, or manually through Isolate.spawn via messages. So with heavy process, this app does not have that. But if, let's say, you would have something extremely heavy that is processing, where you would want to use isolates. Because with the isolates, you would not get the jank, right? You're not going to get the app that freezes waiting for something to happen. I mean, that would not be a good thing to do at all, right? Just remember that when you want to test this, in fact, let's go ahead and do that. Let's do one funnel test here. Let's just comment this out. Let's do it through Isolate.spawn, right? And let's see what it does. Let's bring back the emulator. And remember, don't uncomment all of them out, because otherwise you're going to be retrieving records 3 times. You're going to have 10, 10, 10. Only one of these should be on at a time, okay? Installing the app. Okay, there we go. And here's one here, right? We set it up so that only one image would show up if there's only one. There we go. Everything is looking good with isolates, right? List 1, same thing. All the fading. List 2. Everything looking good. And it's spawning an isolate, processing the JSON. So everything is looking really, really good. I want to close this down. I'm going to undo this, okay, because that's what we have here. And if you notice, it knew that we did changes, but I brought it back to where it was, and there are no changes. Okay, I really do thank you and appreciate all the time that you guys have spent patiently watching me code, writing every little line, explaining, and making jokes, hopefully. And this is a good little production app. I'm going to go ahead and on the video here, there's going to be a link to the GitHub. So you'll be able to actually download it and just try it out yourself. Follow along, look and see how things are done. So I just want to thank you very much. I appreciate it. And happy coding. Well, welcome to the supplemental video. I wanted to show you alternate ways to build the list view. And earlier in the video, many hours ago, I spoke about that you could have different performance issues. Let me just hide the project window here. Let's bring up the product list view. So when we were building this page here, this widget, we were building it with the SliverList, right? And we have a case statement that depending what the user picks as far as the templates, they can do the card, the item 1 or item 2. We created a to-do here that says, hey, let's create a list view builder and a list view separated to test performance. So what I would like to do now is concentrate on that. And let's just see what happens if we use those. What happens to our performance? Because a lot of times, using a list view builder is actually excellent for performance, right? It's very performant. But sometimes when you mix different list view builders together, different lists, you might have different scrolling. You might have some weird effects that could happen where instead of building only the 5, 6, 7 items that are on the screen, the way the list view builder should work, it might rebuild the whole list of 100 records that you fetched. And when you start nesting different widgets together, you could have these kind of side effects. So we should definitely test for performance when we're doing this and say, if this is not working because of my specs require these different scrollings, these different list views to be nested together, one vertical, one horizontal, or whatever else we need to build. When you put everything together, sometimes they might not work the way you expected. That's just real world coding, where in theory these things should work this way. And when you put them together, you might have some little side effects. So what we should do is let's go ahead and work on that. Okay. So what we should probably do first of all is let's comment out the return custom scroll view code, because we're going to test it with this to do here. All right. And first of all, let's just print out that when the build is called, let's see how many times this build is being called. So I'm going to do a debug print here. And I just want to say build so that I know this is the actual build method. And let's say how many products are being fetched here when the build happens. So we'll do the products list and the length. So we can get the length, and that tells us how many products have been fetched currently. And then let's go ahead and do a switch statement just like we did above. And we're going to do it off the selected list type, just like we did here, right? We're going to create the same switch, just a little different though. All right, so let's do the first case scenario. So if the selected list type equals card, so what we're going to do for this, why don't we use a list view builder? So we're going to return a list view builder, which is very performant. Okay, but we're about to find out here how performant is it really under certain circumstances. All right, So let's just, first of all, let's do the item count. And this is going to be the same, the product list and the length of it. And we're going to have our scroll controller, right? So let's do the controller, which is going to be the scroll controller. And then we're also going to do the physics, right? We want it to always scrollable, right? That's what we want here. And that's going to be a const to make it performant. And it's going to be always scrollable, scroll physics. There we go. And now let's do the item builder. And let's do the build context. And the index, of course, is going to be an integer. All right. So let's put another debug print here. What do we want to look for? We want to see every time this item builder is being called. This is going to tell us how many times is each card, is each record going to be rebuilt. Normally in a ListView builder, it's going to show what's on the screen. It doesn't want to build other widgets that are above or below. So if you have 4 or 5 or 6 records on the screen, that's all it wants to rebuild. But we're going to find out that under certain circumstances, the ListView builder rebuilds all of them instead of just the ones that it's supposed to. So let's go ahead and also say, okay, this is the build, right? But this is going to build for the, let's just say for the card, right? And this is going to be the ListView builder. And let's figure out what index are we at, right? Okay. And what we want to do, just like we're doing up here, right? We want to return the products card. I'm just going to copy and paste, which is always dangerous, but hey, let's take a chance. Okay. So we have the first case. Now let's go ahead and do the second case, right? I'm going to put a space here. So this is case. It's going to be selected list type, and we're going to test for the list one template, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Let me scroll up here. And for this case, let's go ahead and return a list. In this case, instead of doing a ListView builder, if you remember, we're going to have a separator because it's different type, list item 1 and 2. So what we want to do is we want to do a ListView separated, right? It also has an item builder, but it's also going to give us a separator builder so that we can just build that line easily. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's return a ListView separated. There we go. And let's format this. I'm going to close it. All right. Item builder, separator builder, item count. I just like my item count on the top. I'm just going to move it. That's just my preference. You don't have to do that. And then we also have, let's see here, the item count is going to be the products list, right? And it's going to be the length, just like above. Then we also need the controller, our scroll controller, right? Because we have our own scroll controller. Because the scroll controller is being used to see when the user scrolls all the way at the bottom of the screen and there's no more records there, so that it knows if they swipe up, continue to swipe up, it says, hey, I want to fetch the next 10 records. So we're using that custom scroll controller to do that. And then we're going to do the same thing, the physics, right? We want to always scrollable scroll physics. So let's do that. Always, there it is. Perfect. And now let's work on the item builder. Build this, and let's do this as the build context. You don't have to do it, but I like to always do this, declare what it is. It's just my own preference. And let's do the same thing here. We do want to do a debug print, right? This is going to be the build method for the list one. And we're going to say that this is the list view separated. And we want to know what index is being built. $ index. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and return. And again, I'm just going to copy and paste here. And we're going to return the list view item. Okay. All right, perfect. Now the separator builder. Separator builder is actually pretty awesome. What this is going to do is every record, what do we want to use? What widget do we want to use to separate each record? I'm going to use the fed arrow here, and again I'm going to say build context, integer for the index. What do we want to pass here? Really, just the divider. The divider widget will work perfectly here. Of course, you can also, and yeah, the autocomplete is not on, but you can do the color, you can do the height, you can do the width. See, the height. You can do the width. You can do also, you can do the height, I mean the color, right? I can say I want the color to be yellow, whatever you like, right? Okay. We're not going to do any of that because we'll let the system decide the color because we already have themes available. All right. So that's looking good. Now what we want to do, we want to do the, for the list type 2, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that case. So case, selected list type, going to be list 2, right? And we're going to return. We're going to do another ListView separated because that's going to work the same way. So separated, right? Let's go ahead and format this again. All right, I'm going to move the item count upwards here. All right, so this is going to be the same thing, products list length. We're going to do the controller. So we're going to put our ScrollController. And we're going to do the physics. Let me scroll this up for us. Again, always scrollable scroll physics. That's a mouthful there. Oh, let's do this here 1 second. Separator builder. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to do the item builder, right? And let's do the build context. Mark this as an integer. And let's do the same thing, debug, print, because we want to see how many records are being built, right? So this is going to be built for the list 2 template. And this is going to be the same list view separated. And let's bring in the index, little string manipulation. Excellent. So now we're going to return, and we'll do a little copy and paste again. The item 2 template. That's basically that. And then the separator builder, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the fed arrow. And this is going to be the build context. This is going to be an integer. And we're going to do the divider, same as above. Excellent. That looks like it's looking good. I think we're ready. We are ready to test. Let's go ahead and start compiling, and then we'll see what happens. I'm going to leave the console here. Let me bring up the emulator. It's going to build for us. And then we're going to find out here what's happening, right? Let's see what our performance is going to be. Is it going to be performing like we did before with the custom scroll view and the sliver, right? The SliverList? Or is it going to be less performant? We're about to find out. So here you go. Build 0. So we know we have 10 records that came in. So the build card view, if you notice, they just did only 4 items, right? Perfect. It's not rebuilding all 10, only 4. So that looked good. Let's scroll some more. Again, and you can see it's going to keep building, right? That's looking good. So let's go ahead and switch widgets. Let's go to ListView 1. That's looking good. It's only redrawing the 4 items, right? As I scroll. Okay. Let's go back up here, right? When we switched, 12. So it's only redrawing what it needs to so far. That's looking really good. I'll go maybe to list 2. Scroll a little bit. Again, it's drawing only the ones that it needs to. They're on the screen. That's looking really good. So what happens if I'm just going to keep going, right? Let's just build quite a bit. Let's go all the way to the maximum. Let's build all 100 records. Now, we have all 100 records, right? I'm just going to clear this out. So what happens if I switch to the card, which is going to be right here, right? How many? It should only rebuild what's on the screen, right? It should not be rebuilding all 100. That's what the ListView builder is supposed to do. Let's try it. We tap on card. Wait a minute. What's happening here? It redrew all of them. Is that bizarre? Right? It shouldn't happen. ListView builder is not supposed to do that, right? But it is. So you have to say why. Now, of course, it's 99 because all lists start with 0, right? So we have our 100 records here. That's kind of interesting. Yet the ListView separator is looking pretty good, right? That's only redrawing what it needs to. Right? Only what's on the screen. What if I go to list 2? The ListView separator is working pretty good, the way it should. Then if I go to the card, look at that. The ListView builder is rebuilding all of them, the records that were there. It shouldn't, but it is. So a lot of times when you mix different widgets together, especially if you have scrolling, you have scroll views that are vertical and nest with other scroll views and nest with other scroll views that also might be horizontal. These kind of things can happen, right? So let's do this. Let's comment this out. Right? Let's comment this out. Now, I didn't do a default for the case because we're just doing a test here. Not worried about it. We're not going to use that in the production code because we're going to go to this. So now what we want to do, we want to know now every time this is being rebuilt, right? We should, right? We should want to know what's happening here. So let's do that. Because this is our build method, right? The SliverChildBuilderDelegate. So debug, print. Let's just say yes, Sliver going to be built. And then we're going to say index, right? Okay. So that's looking good. Let's just start from scratch. Let's just rebuild. And let's see where we go from now. Let's see how well it works. All right. Oops. I commented out one too many. Let's see here. Let's see what we commented out too much. Just undo this. Oops. Hold on. Let me just undo, and I commented too many things out here. Okay. Let's see what we got. Here we go. That should work. Live coding, ladies and gentlemen, live coding. All right, let's paste that back here. So let's go ahead and try that again and see what happens. Installing. Not yet, but we'll be here in a second. All right. You know, as developers, we do spend a lot of time waiting for the recompile, don't we? That hot reload really is great when you want to just test certain stuff, right? It really does. But here we want to just reset it from scratch. So here we go. It's working beautiful, just the 4. Okay, and it's building all the ones that we want. So that's looking good. Let's switch widgets. Yep, that looks good. We'll fetch a few more. It's looking good. Let's go to the list 2 template. It's only drawing what it needs to, right? We'll fetch maybe all of them. We'll do the exact, we'll try to do the same test as we did before. We'll fetch them all. All right, so we got all 100. So let's clear this out. So if I switch to card, with the ListView builder around, where we have our widgets nested, it was rebuilding all of them. Will it do the same here? Let's find out. Ah, look at that. It's only redrawing the ones that are on the screen, right? And one above, one below, roughly, right? So it's actually working pretty good. If you switch on the other ones, it's the same, right? It's only rebuilding what it needs to. So as you can see, that's working the way it should be. And that's one of the reasons why I use the SliverList and the SliverChildBuilderDelegate. So I hope this gave a little bit of an insight that sometimes, or a lot of times I should say, in real production environment, things that should work perfectly like a ListView builder, the performance should be really good, and it's not, right? Because you're nesting different widgets together, things are happening. So it's good to know that you can experiment and use different widgets to accomplish your task and test for performance, because this is absolutely good to do. I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to leave it there for testing purposes, right? And I'm going to stop the emulator. And what should we do here? Yes, you said it. We're going to commit our changes, right? So we added the ListView builder, ListView separator, right? There it is, separated. To test for performance. Perfect. I'm going to now also remember this, that when you test this, don't forget to, comment this code out first before you uncomment the next one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be building double, right? Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and commit that. I want to make sure I did not undo any typing. Okay, very good. That everything is still good. Yes, that's looking good. All right, let's go ahead and commit and push. Yep, that's looking good. Push. Push, one commit to the origin. Beautiful. Okay, I would like to thank you for viewing the supplemental video. I just really wanted to show how that worked, that sometimes things that are supposed to be performance on their own, they really are not. So you need to test and use different widgets to accomplish your task. And one of the things I also did not go through here, which you could do on your own, if you, instead of the ListView builder, if you use the ListView separated, you would have seen some performance enhancements there too. So even mixing these different things can cause issues between different widgets. All right, I thank you.